The name of the printer.
The printer?
Yes, the name.
Which one? This?
Yes, the one.
It's this one. It's this one. Print. I'll show you. It's this one.
The bigger one.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام دكتورة.
صباح الخير، كيفكم؟
هلا.
أهلا وسهلا فيكم.
هلا بيكي.
Start in 5 minutes.
Okay.
طيب.
is there.
I'm gonna test it out. Let me just see if you can hear me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Yes.
Good morning. Yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Is my voice clear, please?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We will begin now with the national anthem. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Under the patronage of Her Royal Highness Princess Luluwa Al Faisal, the Vice Chair, Board of Trustees, and General Supervisor of IFAT University, we are pleased to welcome you to the 5th International English and Translation Conference titled under Translation in Time and Space. Her Royal Highness Princess Luluwa Al Faisal, the Vice Chair, Board of Trustees, and General Supervisor of IFAT University, Dr. Haifa Rada Jamal Al-Layl, the President of IFAT University, dear faculty and staff of IFAT University, and my dear guests, we start our event today with the verses from the Holy Quran. Sadaqallahu al-Azim. And now I wish for Dr. Linda Maloom, Dean of College, Dean of IFAT College of Humanities, to please start her opening speech.
Thank you, Sumaya. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Our prominent speakers, distinguished guests, IFAT University colleagues and students, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 5th International Conference held by the Department of English and Translation at IFAT University under the theme of Translation in Time and Space. I would like to begin by thanking Her Royal Highness Princess Lulu Al Faisal, IFAT University President Dr. Haifa Jamal Al-Layl, Vice President for Planning and Development Dr. Mirvat Showman, and our Provost Dr. Malak Al-Nouri for their continuous support of this conference. I would also like to thank our esteemed speakers, faculty and guests for being here with us today for this special event. IFAT University strives to be recognized as one of the world's leading institutions in scientific discovery and innovation, which finds solutions for global challenges. It also aspires to serve as an agent of change nationally and globally. The English and Translation Department embraces this vision by providing high-quality education and innovative scholarship in translation, literature, and linguistics through its faculty and students in the undergraduate and graduate programs. IFAT University and the English and Translation Department realized the need to bring together academics, professionals, translators, interpreters, students, and members of the local and global communities under the same roof to provide a single platform for research, scholarly discussions, and collaboration, especially during these troubling times. Therefore, this year's conference aims to explore how translation and interpreting have the ability to cope with a rapidly changing world and to offer opportunities for global interaction that encapsulates time and space. It also aims to explore the latest advances in translation and interpreting studies, especially during global crises such as the current pandemic. Dear speakers and guests, I'm really excited to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Omar Sheikh Al-Shabab, who is a professor of text linguistics and translation theory at the International University of Science and Technology in Damascus. He worked as the supervisor of the publication unit and supervisor of the research unit at King Abdullah Institute for Translation and Arabization, and was a member of the Executive Council of the Translation, Authorship and Publication Center at King Fahd University. Professor Sheikh Al-Shabab's recent publications include Linguistic Interpretation, the Interpretive Frame and First-Person Domain, and Text Constructs, a Hermeneutic Approach. He is currently working on a book entitled English, New Horizons in Linguistic Interpretation, the Translator's Experience and Identity in Translating English Poetry into Arabic. In his presentation today about poetic aesthetics, Professor Sheikh Al-Shabab will focus on the translator's experience and ID to show how they delimit and even constrain the translator's text. Professor Sheikh Al-Shabab, the platform is yours. Thank you.
Me? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. Do you want me to share a screen to show the PowerPoint?
We can share it, Doctor.
Yeah. But the control is yours, huh?
We can give you control. Lamia will help you with this.
Yeah, just a second, please, because, yeah. No, just a second. Anyway, if you can hear me, yeah. Do you want me to start now?
Yes, please.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه أستعين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. أبدأ كلامي اليوم بتقديم فائق الشكر والتقدير لراعية المؤتمر صاحبة السمو الملكي الأميرة لؤلؤة الفيصل على الرعاية الكريمة لمؤتمر الترجمة الخامس، وأتقدم بالشكر والتقدير لإدارة جامعة عفت، والشكر موصول إلى عميدة كلية العلوم الإنسانية رئيسة قسم الترجمة سعادة الدكتورة ليندا مايول وأعضاء القسم الكرام، وأشكر القائمين على المؤتمر والمشاركين فيه لإعطائي فرصة مخاطبتكم، آملا للجميع التوفيق في مساعيهم الحميدة. أنتقل الآن إلى اللغة الإنجليزية وإلى موضوع ترجمة الجماليات الشعرية. Good morning. My name is Omar Sheikh Al-Shabab, affiliated to the International University of Science and Technology. Thank you for attending IFAT University Conference, Translation in Time and Space, today, the 3rd of December, 2020. I'm glad to have the opportunity of speaking to you about translating poetry. Horace defined the function of poetry as aut prodesse volant, aut delectare poetae. That is to say, poets want to benefit or to delight. In other words, the function of poetry is to instruct while entertaining. Cicero, before Horace, defined the method of a good translator as non-verbum pro verbo. That is to say, not word for word did the good translator translate. Translation theory and translation practice need to trace a fine line in order to accommodate for the beautiful in poetic translation. I'm going to move to slide number 2. Now, the title of my talk is Poetic Aesthetics, but as the subtitle indicates, I'm going to focus on that translator's experience and identity, showing how they delimit and even constrain the translator's text. Now, the search for the beautiful in language is an old quest outside linguistics, Elton, 1959. It's not easy to achieve aesthetic effect in poetry translation. I hope to make it clear as to why and how the beautiful in translation captures both a different time and a different space. There is a need for translation in terms of practice. It's an old linguistic phenomenon practiced mainly for communication and recently dominated by computer-aided translation tools. Now, as for the theory, a theory is no more than an explanation of a phenomenon, as Karl Popper showed in his famous book, The Logic of Scientific Discovery. There are many explanations, many theories of translation, but the linguistic theory of translation has been dogged by notions such as faithfulness to the original, faithfulness to the original, sameness of meaning, and equivalence between the source and the target texts. Now I'm moving to the next slide, and this is number 3. I would like to indicate that there are gaps in this particular approach. First, the possibility of translation has been questioned by prominent scholars. Roger Bacon, more than 700 years ago, questioned the possibility of translating the Bible. Walter Quine, 1960, suggested the notion of indeterminacy of translation, maintaining that any translation cannot be proved to be correct or incorrect. Thomas Kuhn, 1962, a famous American philosopher of science, claims that there is no translation between two scientific paradigms, two scientific theories, or two sets of terminology from two different scientific theories. Now, translation produces difference, but not only that, it is also characterized by inadequacy. Rita Copeland, 1991, in her famous book, showed that the European medieval translation practiced both. It was characterized by inadequacy and also practiced appropriation, that is, not acknowledging the sources or the original texts. Now, in my book, From Necessity to Infinity, I suggested that a translational commensurability, that is measuring two texts, translated and untranslated, is only an approximation. This is because translation is an interpretation in a foreign code. Now, when it comes to the theory, a theory must be comprehensive. So a scientific theory must account for all the cases and manifestations of the phenomenon being studied. Translation, in our case. This entails that the theory of translation must explain, among other things, the process of translation, the product of translation, the methods of interpretation, crossing language boundary, that is semantic transportation, and self-ascription or disquotation, that is attributing the translated text to its translator. Now I move to the next slide, number 4. Now, trying to just briefly introduce the model I have developed and used over the years. Now, first of all, I take it that I start from the point that the language of translation is different from the source and the target language. This is because a translation is no more than an interpretation. The first translation or a pre-dictionary translation is an interpretation in a foreign code. Now, this is going to involve, or any translation will involve, 3 different components: human agency, 2 codes, and a message. And the operational processing of translation involves interpretation, approximation, semantic transportation, disquotation, or self-ascription. I move to the next slide, number 5. I continue with this model where I suggested in the same book I mentioned earlier, From Necessity to Infinity, I suggested that we have the interpretive frame and the first person domain. Now, if translation is interpretation, there is a need to state the theoretical constructs of interpretation itself. This is done by suggesting a number of elements of for the interpretive frame and also for the first person domain in which interpretation takes place. Now, the elements I suggested for interpretation are 7 in number. 1 being 2, environment, 3, understanding, 4, experience, 5, assertion, 6, identity, and 7, and finally, user. Now, the operational processing of translation occurs in the first person domain. There are a number of components and operations there, including number 1, language constructs, 2, linguistic code or codes, 3, interpretation, 4, memory, and finally the psyche, that is the psychological reality, which includes personality. Now I'm going to move to the first topic I'm going to handle today, experience. Here I have suggested a number of constructs within experience. First, biographical experience. Secondly, language literateness. Thirdly, personality. And fourthly, accessible corpus. Today, I'm going to focus on the relationship between personality as a construct of experience and its realization in the mental lexicon and lexical appropriateness in translated texts. I move now to the next slide. This is where we see a histogram representing, slide number 7, please. This histogram represents 6 translations of Coleridge's Kubla Khan. The interesting part here is the lexical profile for each translator. Now, I would like to look at the individual mental lexicon and the communal mental lexicon. The individual mental lexicon is represented in the 5th set of columns from the left. And the 5th individual mental lexicon, we notice that the first translation by An-Nasir uses about 52% unique lexical items, and the one before last, this is my own translation of the same poem, uses about 62%, 63% of unique lexical items that is part of the individual mental lexicon. Now, if we move to the next set of columns for the 6 translators, we see the 2 translators who used more unique words, use less shared words in the translation of the same text. So the first by An-Nasir and my own, the one before last, we find less shared words here. So the relationship between the individual mental lexicon and the communal mental lexicon, what is shared among the 6 translators is clear, but also what is very clear is the difference among the 6 translators. I would like to move to the next slide. Now here, again, the lexical profile for 3 translators who translated a famous poem by W.H. Auden. It's an elegy in memory of William Butler Yeats. Auden arrived in the United States 1939, and he received the news of the death of the famous Irish poet, William Butler Yeats, and this was the elegy he wrote. Now, if we look at the last column from left, the source text, we find the number of words in English, 456 words. Now, in the 3 Arabic translations, we find less words, and this is due to the graphology of Arabic. Now, the interesting part for us today is to see the differences among the three translators, Al-Nasser, Noaimi, Hirz. Now, the first translation uses 315 words, the second 375 words, and the third 354 words. Now, we also look at the type token ratio and we find differences. If we move to line number 4, the types per token, that is each one unique word, how many times repeated in the same translation, we find differences again among the translators, three translators. The first translation, 1.37 type per token, and the second translation, 1.48, and the third, 1.38. Now, if we go and look at the lines from number 6, 7, and 8, we see the distribution of a grammar versus lexical words in the three translations. Now, the grammar words in the first translation are 90, in the second 134, and in the third 116 words. Now, the last row, last line, number 8, shows the grammatical density. That is how much grammar words are used in the translation, in each translation. Now, the first one uses 0.28, the second translation 0.35, and the third 0.32. So it's quite obvious that we have differences, not only in terms of the size of the lexicon, but also the distribution of a grammar versus lexical items. Now, I am moving to the next slide, number 9. And here again, I go on looking at the shared mental lexicon or communal mental lexicon in the three translations of W.H. Audin's Elegy. We see in the first line, we have 90 words shared among the three translators. In the second line, first and second translators share 23 words. The third line, the first and third translators share the 22 lines, and the fourth line shows that the second and third translators share 34 lines. Again, if we look at the last line, or one before last, communal type ratio, we find differences, 0.59, second translation 0.582, and then last translation by Komel Hirz 0.57. So again, the differences, naturally, if there are differences in the individual mental lexicon, unique unshared words, there is also conversely a difference when you go to the communal or what is shared among the three translators. Now I'm going to move to just an example to show the differences, not only in terms of, this is now number 10, slide number 10, the differences are not only in the selection of words, size of the mental lexicon, but also in the appropriateness in a specific context. Now, the first 6 lines are from the Elegy by Audin. He disappeared in the dead of winter. The brooks were frozen, the airports almost deserted, and the snow disfigured public statues. The mercury sank in the mouth of the dying day. What instruments we have agreed, the day of his death was a dark, cold day. Now, the first line in Arabic, Samim al-Shita, dead of winter, Jawf al-Shita, second translation, and third, Wahshat al-Shita. Now, not only differences in the 3 lexical items, but also in the grammar. In the second translation, لقد اختفى. Third translation, لقد رحل. The first translation, just اختفى. We notice also the number of words far less in the first translation, now by Samir al-Nasir. Moving to, sorry, there is a problem with my slides. Somehow I jumped. Sorry, it seems to me that I'm not using the correct. No. Just a second. I seem to have some problems with my own. Yeah. Yes, I look now at slide number 11. More about lexical appropriateness, slide number 11. Hope that it's clear on your screen. The brooks were frozen, the airports almost deserted. حيث الجداول جامدات والمطارات خاوية. فالجداول تجمدت أوصالها والمطارات شبه مهجورة. كانت الجداول متجمدة والمطارات شبه مغفرة. We notice the differences in the second translation, more words, and also تجمدت أوصالها. There is no أوصالها in the English, of course. We move to the third line, the snow disfigured public statues وتماثيل الساحات شوهها الثلج وشوه الثلج ملامح التماثيل في الساحات العامة. الثلج شوه. So there is an agreement, snow, ثلج in all three translations, but the position, the grammar of the word is different. ثلج, last word in the first translation, second word in the second line, second translation, and first word in the third translation. Also, الساحات, there is no ساحات in the third translation, and there is ساحات عامة in the second, more words in the second translation. Now I move to the translation of the fourth line. The mercury sank in the mouth of the dying day. We see mercury, زئبق, shared by the three, but when we come to sank, two translations use غارة and one توارى. Last translation, توارى. Also mouth, fam. The second and third translation, they use fam. The first, there is no fam. It's just غرة يوم محتضر. I'm going to move to the next topic of my talk today, linguistic identity. We can define linguistic identity as a linguistic construct realized by distinctive recurrent features accessible in the spoken or written corpus of a language user. Now, I suggested a number of, in fact, 6 different constructs for identity, linguistic identity. Number 1, simplicity. 2, novelty. 3, affective domain. 4, phonic appeal. 5, interpretation. And 6, rhetoric. Now I'm going to look at phonic appeal to show the identity of the translator, how it is realized in the text, that is linguistically realized in ephony or musicality. And later I will look at novelty in terms of creative collocations to study contextualization. Now I move to the next slide, number 13. I'm going to look at a short extract from John Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn. Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. Therefore, soft pipes play on, not to the sensual ear, but more endeared, pipe to the ditties of no tone. Now, to the translation. This translation is by Samir al-Nasir. عذب ما يسمع من لحن يشدى لكن ما لا يسمع أعذب فلهذا يا ناي تغنى للروح بلا شدو والعب نغما سحريا أبديا هيهات الأذن له تطرب. Now we notice أعذب, العب, تطرب, an attempt to have some rhyme, and also we notice the flow of words quite musical. I'm going to move to another translation by Abdul Wahab al-Masiri, famous Egyptian linguist and thinker, and Muhammad Zaid. The same extract from John Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn. عذبة هي النغمات المسموعة، لكن تلك التي لا نسمعها أعذب. لتعزفي إذن أيتها المزامير الشجية لا للأذن الحسية بل لما هو أغلى، اعزفي للروح ترانيم بلا نغم. Now we notice here an attempt to get parallel structure and a certain measure of musicality, but the general impression is one of prose rather than poetry. Now I move to the next slide, number 14. I go back to the same elegy by Odin to look at metaphors. Now it's not enough to look at or see differences at the level of the mental lexicon or lexical profile, nor the appropriateness of using words, but to create new collocations, new expressions, and here metaphors, where the Arabic reader of the poem would be somehow taken to a poetic atmosphere. This is slide number 15, metaphors. Now, the first line, yes, the metaphor here, dead. He disappeared in the dead of winter. Of course, the elegy is all about the death of a poet. So the topic is introduced from the first line, dead of winter. Now in Arabic, none of the three translations mention death. In the first translation, اختفى في صميم الشتاء, middle of. Second, في جوف الشتاء, inside, outside, a kind of metaphor. Now the third, وحشة الشتاء, dreariness of winter. Again, it doesn't look metaphoric. So we see the differences, and only one, the second translation, there is an attempt to find Jove inside, outside kind of metaphor. I move to another example of another metaphor in the same poem. Line number 4, the mercury sank in the mouth of the dying day. We have here mouth, fam, only in the second and the third translations. The first does not use fam, uses ghurra. Ghurra is the front part of something, while in English it is the dying day, the end of the day. Now also in the first translation, we see the second metaphor, dying, day, death here, يوم محتضر, a day which is dying in the first translation. Now the second translation, there is no dying day, اليوم مائل إلى الزوال, no metaphor. And in the third, النهار في فم النهار المحتضر, dying day. So two translations attempted a metaphor, and in the third there is no metaphor. I'm going to move to the last slide 16 and the last example of metaphor. This is the metaphor here is coming in line number 44, same elegy by Odin. Let the Irish vessel lie. Now in Arabic, for the word vessel, we have ina, a container, safina, ship, third, al-warid, vein. So there is a kind of metaphor in each, of course, because ina, container, so the poet is a container of poetry. In the second, ship, safina, the ship transporting or transferring poetry from Ireland and Yeats to other places overseas, maybe by ship. And the third, al-warid, the vein, al-warid al-Irlandi, Irish vein. Well, this is where the poet would be transmitting poetry within Ireland itself. Three metaphors, but the three different metaphors, the three different attempts to be metaphoric and maybe poetic. I'm going to very quickly go to look at what we have already observed in the translations above. Next slide, number 17, the contextualization of the mental lexicon. First of all, the mental lexicon varies among the translators. We have looked at lexical appropriateness and euphony, musicality. We have looked also at the mental lexicon as contextualized, used in real context. And finally, we looked at metaphor or poetic aesthetic in terms of unfamiliar expressions trying to arouse incantation or a kind of a charm in the reader. Now I'm going to summarize, next slide, number 18, a summary of the steps I have followed in order to reach contextualization and poetic aesthetics. Now I started by assuming that the language of translation will necessarily produce difference and it is characterized by inadequacy. I suggested a number of elements for the interpretive frame, including experience and identity. And within experience now, yes, experience we saw is in the text, translated or untranslated, in fact, is realized in the mental lexicon and lexical appropriateness. Now the identity is realized for us here today in euphony or musicality in the translated text. All in all, we need more than this we saw, we need also some combinations of creative combinations, I should say, or new collocations. Going to look at two examples, again, from Samir Nasir's translation of two well-known poems. The first one is, again, the few lines from Coleridge's Kubla Khan, the first 5 lines. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure-domed decree, where Alf, the sacred never run, through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. The translation, في Xanadu, Kubla Khan, نافذ المرسوم أصدر. Now we notice the word أصدر in the second line. Now had the translator used أصدر as usually in the Arabic unmarked structure, أصدر قبلة خان في سند مرسوما نافذا, that would be no poetry at all. Now the arrangement we have, again I read, في سند قبلة خان نافذ المرسوم أصدر أن أقيم قبلة للشهوات إذ جرى نهر إلهي هناك عبر ما يعجز أن يرتاد امرئ من كهوف بانحدار نحو يم غارب من غير الشمس. Now I move to another example. Read the same lines we saw earlier from the elegy by Nasir again, same translator of Kubla Khan. اختفى في صميم الشتاء حيث الجداول جامدات والمطارات خاوية وتماثيل الساحات شوهها الثلج والزئبق في غرة يوم محتضر قد غار. كل الأدوات لدينا تتفق كان يوما قارسا يوم رحيله. Quite a reasonable approximation. I'm going to again summarize what we have seen here. Slide number 21, the contextualization of experience and linguistic identity. First, experience as a construct in personality realized in the size of the mental lexicon and lexical appropriateness. Now for identity, we saw that one construct of identity is phonic appeal realized in euphony or musicality. Number 3, we have seen the, no, this is not the same slide, by the way, 31, next slide, please, 21, exactly. The third point, contextualizing the mental lexicon in new creative collocations, metaphors. And number 4, unique combinations produces, using unique combinations, produces unfamiliar combinations, and that would lead to aesthetic, poetic impression in the reader. I go to the next slide, 22. Slide 22, we see the place of experience and identity in the interpretive frame and first-person domain. 2 constructs we have seen today out of the 7 constructs I assumed for the study of interpretation and translation. Now, the next slide, number 23, shows the process of moving from experience to the mental lexicon to contextualization. Now, experience has a number of constructs, one of them personality in terms of traits, skills, and intelligence. That is realized in language or in texts as lexical in the size of the mental lexicon and lexical appropriateness, and in terms of contextualization leading to unfamiliar and aesthetic poetic expressions. Now, as for identity, we have seen that identity as a main construct can include a number of constructs. One of them is phonetic appeal, realized in ephony and leading to metaphors and some measure of aesthetic poetic. I'm going to move to, sorry. I'm trying to handle, yeah, sorry. Oh, there is a problem with mine. I'm sorry, I have to, I'm going to read 2 extracts from Ulysses in Arabic translation. Ulysses, a well-known poem by Lord Alfred Tennyson, a Victorian poet. The 2 extracts I'm going to read, the first one, this is, yes, slide number, oh, well, the next slide, the one which is on the screen. Now, this part, it was selected by the translator, Samir al-Nasir. He is a poet and a translator. It was selected as the interpretive stretch or the most important part of the text, which should help us understand or interpret the text as a whole. Now, I'm going to read the English extract. Much have I seen and known, cities of men and manners, climates, councils, government, myself not least, but honored by them all, and the drunk delight of battle with my peers, far on the ringing plains of windy Troy. I'm a part of all that I've met, yet all experience is an arch where through gleams that untraveled world, whose margin fades forever and forever as I move. Now I go to the translation by al-Nasir of this stretch, which he suggested to be central to the whole poem. Now al-Nasir, sorry. أنا من رأى مدن العظام من الرجال عرف الفنون جميعا وضع على كل الدروب متوسما أفق المحال وله امتطى الإعصار والنوء العسير والريح والموج اليسير أنا من سرات الصيد جالس والملوك وعلى بهمته ذرا حظيت بتقدير الجميع أنا من شربت مع الصحاب على سهول أحدقت بمدينة نهب الرياح نخب انتصار جزء أنا من كل أوقاتي ومن كل الذي أنا قد بلوت ومعارفي جسر إلى ومض العوالم ساريات الغيب والآفاق تحدوها والغامض المجهول آباد يحدى بها ارتحالي. Now we notice the centrality of the I. أنا من رأى، أنا من سرات الصيد جالس، أنا من شربت، أنا من قد بلوت، أنا في كل أوقاتي، جزء أنا من كل أوقاتي. Now I'm going to move to the second extract from the same poem from Ulysses. This is towards the end of the poem. Sorry, trying to handle my slides on a different computer. Yeah. Now, this is the part which I consider to be the more central for interpreting the poem, especially there is a phrase where towards the end, that which we are, we are. I'm going to read the Arabic. I don't want to take much time. Now, the Arabic translation by An-Nasir, the last part of Ulysses by Tennyson. وتنشر راسية في الميناء المرمي هناك لعباب بحار واسعة قاتمة الظلمة قلوع الأهبة للإبحار. ملاحية يا همما قد دبرت وفكرت معي وتلقت دوما بعظيم الترحيب الرعد وآيات الشمس باذلة حر الأفئدة ومرفوع الهام. كلنا هرم وللهرم العتي جلاله والكد الموت يطوي الكل لكن ثمة قبل الغاية وعد. عمل من نبل ننجزه لا مغنى عنه ولا بد. فعل هو أجدر برجال كانوا للآلهة تحدوا. وتروح أضواء تنوس على الصخور إذ ينقضي اليوم المديد ويرتقي القمر الوئيد ويئن بعيد الغور بأصوات شتى حولي. فهلم صحبي ما فات أوان البحث عن دنيا أجد. هيا ادفعوا مثبتين لتضربوا الموج العتية فغايتي تعني انطلاقا دونه مرمى المغيب ودونه سبل النجوم جميعها ودونه حتى مماتي. فلعله سيكون للخلجان أن تجرفنا ولعلنا سنعانق الجزر السعيدة ونرى العظيم أخيل من كنا عرفنا. بالرغم من أن الذي ولى كثير فلقد تبقى يا صحاب لنا كثير. بالرغم من أن الذي ولى فلقد تبقى يا صحاب لنا كثير. بالرغم من وهن نعاني الآن ما اعتدناه في شرخ الشباب. يوم هذه الأرض زحزحنا وأسمعنا السماء. ذاك ما نحن عليه ذاك ما نحن عليه. بل إننا كل شديد من قلوب باسلات. بالرغم من قدر جرى قاس علينا وصروف دهر عاتيات أوهنت منا الجسوم. فإننا أقوى على خوض النضال إرادة والاكتشاف والبحث والجلد العنيد. I would like to notice here that by experience and identity, the translator has captured a defying British Empire in decline, translated into a defying Arabic culture in a different time and a different space. Before I leave you, I'm going to look at a line or two lines which incorporate or encapsulate the present position vis-a-vis translating poetry. I said in Arabic, ولسان ترجمة الجماليات الشعرية يقول إن جئت للتأويل والإبداع والكلم المناسب اعرف مكانك ثم حاول لبحوري أن تقارب. I'm going to move past this slide. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm ready to take your comments and queries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sheikh Shabab, for this interesting and enlightening speech. We really enjoyed listening to you. Now, our speakers and attendees, you can ask questions by placing your questions in the question and answer box, or you can ask if you want. We can unmute you. If you have any questions.
Yes, any comments, problems?
One question.
Yes, please.
From Dr. Mohammed Al-Asiri. He says, thank you so much for your inspiring lecture. His question is, do you think these differences between translations can be seen in translating prose, such as a novel?
I have not looked at prose, in fact, but the basic assumption is that there is translating translation, any translation will produce difference. And we need to remember that what I have in mind generally is not every translation, but the first translation. That is the first translator before the bilingual dictionary. The pre-dictionary translation is always interpretation. And I have looked at translations of the Quran into European languages from the first Latin translation 1143 to King Fahd English translation 1990 and the French translation. And I have seen also, and it's obvious, differences and inadequacies in all the translations. And this is documented in a book published by King Faisal University, University Press, under the title Linguistic Interpretation. So yes, I would expect that. I mean, that is the idea behind this hypothesis. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Linda.
Alaikum salam,
I
Dr.
see,
Iman.
sorry, I see Dr. Khalid Dabbour asking what is the translation? Well, very simple. Translation is an interpretation of a text in a language other than its own. This is also in my book, Interpretation and the Language of Translation, published 1990 in Arabic in Beirut and 1996 in London. And the title is, subtitle is very indicative, because in Arabic it says, Al-Ibda' wal-Ittiba'. That is, sometimes we follow what is conventional and sometimes we go and interpret and give a new translation. Thank you. Sorry, I interrupted you. Yeah.
Professor?
Hello, Doctor.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. We are honored to have you,
Thank you so much,
Professor
Dr. Ahmed. Thank you.
I have just very little question or maybe a comment. It's actually about the lexical appropriateness you have mentioned, and you mentioned something about the number of content words as opposed to grammar words in the translation, which are quite extremely important, especially the content words, I would say.
Okay.
Now, my question is, how about the effectiveness and the efficiency of translation? Which, how successful would the translation be? We didn't see that highlighted from the statistics that you have. I mean, I've seen the statistics, but I was wondering which one is the one that you think from the statistics would be effective and, shall we say, efficient?
Yeah.
Thank you.
First of all, it's a fact that translators do differ. There's no question about that. Now, which is better, or in terms of evaluation, generally this is not the job of a linguist. I have looked at, by the way, 36 poets, original texts in English, starting from the early 16th century till almost today, yes, living English. And I saw also differences in the original text, in the size of the mental lexicon and the distribution of lexical items, etc. This is documented in a recent book, Text Constructs. Now, I don't want to go into that, but what is better, it is always up to the creative translator, because a translation is not all about the mental lexicon, the size or the appropriateness. It's about also metaphors, about the musicality, and about many other, of course, things known to literary critics. So, you know, Wordsworth said once, we murder to dissect. So linguists always go to analysis and they tend to deconstruct texts. But again, it's the job of the creative writer to put things together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think we have a comment from
Dr. Iman.
Dr. Iman.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Omar. I'd like to thank you so much for your excellent presentation and intriguing kind of concepts. I was so intrigued also about your model, which is about when you said that it includes the human agency, two codes, and the message. This is like, and the interpretation as translation is an interpretation. I just want to, it's a puzzle in my head, and I would like to ask you this. What about the concept of context, where the text happens? As long as we're talking about time and space, is the effect of the context on the translation in your model somewhere? Is it under the message? I'm not sure how you deal with that, or how even translators actually consider this when they are translating.
Thank you very much. Yes, as for the model itself, no, it does not refer to time, because there is this idea of concentrating on one moment in the linguistic analysis. So we take a synchronic one moment. We don't go to the to other dimensions. But as for context, of course, I mean, contextualization of the mental lexicon is basic. Not only that, in fact, the novel or the new creative combinations, that is what would make a new concept. Now, in the last poem I read, or translation by Samir al-Nasir, we can see quite a good measure of Arabic rhetoric, and also Arabic traditional appeal to heroism and things like that. This idea of contextualizing, moving in time, yes, I think that Samir al-Nasir, when he translated a Victorian poem to 20th century, it was, I mean, 21st century, he has already moved, you see, that text from what is English and Victorian to Arabic. This is documented by a paper published in 2007, the poem by Ulysses by Tennyson, documented in Tishrin University Research Journal. So that is a position, you see, and a suggestion, and it's up to theorists to, of course, suggest the problems or falsify the hypothesis or theory. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I think we have also a question or a comment from Mr. Hassanein. Lamia, would you please unmute him?
Hello.
His hand is raised. Okay. Dr. Ra'fat Al-Wazna, we have Mr. Hassanein maybe is unable to. Dr. Ra'fat?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure. Hello.
Right. Okay. So first of all, let me actually thank Professor. Thank you, Professor, for your fascinating talk. And I just actually have a comment. You know, when it comes to the translation of poetry, I think there are two camps of, translation scholars. The former believe that, the translator who actually translates poetry does not need only to be bilingual and bicultural, but also he needs to be a poet, in the sense that he will be able actually to, translate a poem into a poem. The other camp argue over the merit of the notion that it's not actually necessary for the translator to be a poet in order to be able actually to translate poetry. However, he could just convey the essence of the poetry and make it adaptable to the cultural setting with the target reader in the form of prose. So if I would actually ask you, what do you believe? Do you think that the translator of poetry needs to be a poet, or he could, translate a poem into prose in the sense that the main essence is actually completely conveyed? Thank you very much.
Thank you. That you are absolutely right about this. There are two views on the translator of poetry. And of course, if you can get a translator who can render, who is a poet and can render a text or a poem into a good poem, of course, that is a good thing. But what we find with good, you see, or masterpieces like the Iliad and other, you see, masterpieces from different literatures, what we find is that the same text is translated a number of times. And the translation has to address, of course, time and space, because for example, the translation of the Holy Quran in the early 20th century is not very much today looked at. We have more recent and more, if you like, customized translations, in the sense that the translator needs to design his or her audience. So the audience is very, very important. But into the same target language, if you find a number of translations, like for example, Rubaiyat by Al-Khayyam, we have 6 translations in Arabic. So that is an asset. It's good for the target language, because different audiences can go and read different things. Those who want musicality and poetry, they go to the poetic translation. Others may want to get the essence, the message, they go to a different prosaic or prose translation. Thank you very much. I thank everybody for their...
Thank you, Doctor. We still have one more question, I think, if you don't mind. Mr. Hassanan.
Yes, salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Thank you, Prof. Omar, about your great presentation. My question is related to computational machine translation, especially in our effort in King Abdulaziz University to make some automated machine translation, that we need to create some big data or large data as a data set to be used in machine translation. Therefore, we need to enlarge our data from the source language and the target language. We need to use artificial intelligence as a mechanism or methodology to work together. As you know, that we need some interested people, many of expert people to look at and to evaluate our work within the machine translation. Therefore, what is the main problem within this scenario? We need to create huge of corpuses or corpora between the different language to be used in machine translation as our special work in computational and artificial intelligence track. This is the point we need to help us to work together, inshallah. Thank you about your great work. Thanks.
Thank you. I think this is a very good and needed, really, project for the large corpus, because, you know, in English, we have, of course, in Britain, the national corpus, and in America, we have contemporary American COCA corpus, very big, but if it is just for translation, any translation is different from creative translation. Now, we of course, and I worked for a good time on translating the Holy Quran. Of course, this is a glorious, a great language, and poetry, and one from Arabic into other European university, and this is, other European languages, and this is from here, from English poetry into Arabic. And you know, in Arabic culture, we appreciate poetry, but the creativity would be a little bit of a challenge for machine translation. However, there is no way without, first and foremost, having a very good, comprehensive database for translation, Arabic being either receiver or target or source language. Thank you very much. I will be very glad to be contacted outside. I mean, now the short time we have now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Omar. We have one last question, please, if you don't mind. So what an attendee here asks, what does the professor think about machine learning techniques related to natural language processing in terms of translation?
You see that the main problems when you go to translation is that what I called once in a paper, semantic transportation and micro interpretation, because there is a difference between interpretation at the level of novel and text, huge text, and at the micro level where you start to coin and operate at lexical or morphological, sometimes even phonological considerations for either musicality or grammar, etc. So the main problem is this, moving from one code to another code. And this entails, of course, as the previous speaker said, this entails not only moving, of course, of code between codes, but also different cultures, different times, different places, different audiences. And this is extremely important, audience design, because some suggest that if we translate for children, for example, it will be very, very different. Same story. And we know there is a great deal of simplified, modified, and abridged literature in English. This could be, of course, target for translation studies, because we know that there are so many different levels for example, the same novel like Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. So this, when you translate different levels, this is where you start to get interesting results, and also, I would think, difficulties when you go to natural language processing versus, of course, computer-generated language or artificial languages altogether. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. I don't think we have any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. We really enjoyed listening to it, and we also enjoyed listening to the attendees' questions. We can now have a break until 10:30, and then we will resume our interesting talks, inshallah. Thank you so much.
The honor is mine.
Thank you.
Okay, dear guests, we will now take a short break. We will now take a short break and we will come back at 10:25. And now we are back from the break. We will now be starting with the first panel discussion of the day, titled as Translation Issues. This session will be moderated by Dr. Ahmed Khudro, faculty at Ifat University, Ifat College of Humanities, in the English and Translation Department.
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning. I welcome all the participants here into this session, the first session, which is called Translation Issues. And it's going to be with four panelists in this session. Professor Hassan Ghazala and Professor Musa Harun and Dr. Ahmed Al-Imam and also Dr. Mustafa Timi. We'll start with the first, which is the first speech, which is going to be by Hassan Ghazala, Hassan Saeed Ghazala. He is a full professor of translation and statistics since 2003 at the Department of English at the College of Social Sciences, Qura University. He has published extensively 31 books and 55 papers including dictionaries and a volume of 11-volume encyclopedia of translation textbooks. And he has received the award of an International Translation Award in 2017 in Translation Studies and Dictionary Award. May I welcome Professor Hassan Ghazala, and the topic is going to be discussing, it's called Filling in Cultural and Other Translation Gaps with reference or with special reference to the Holy Quran. Professor Ghazala, the floor is yours. Professor, are you with us? Professor Hassan, are you with us? Just waiting for maybe a couple of minutes for Professor Hassan Ghazala. Some of his books include his big volume called First Arabic Encyclopedia موسوعة الترجمة العربية الأولى in 2020 in Arabic, with Arabic applications, and also Styles of Speaking in Arabic in 2020 as well. So, and of course, his specialization is in translation and stylistics. Now, of course, the second Professor Al-Halul is in comparative literature at Taif University, and he is the author of over 40 books. Also, he's got many translations in the field of literature with a focus on world mythology. We have also Dr. Al-Imam. He is from Manchester University, who has graduated in 2009 with an MA in Translation and Interpreting from London Metropolitan University in 2005. And he is also a lecturer at the University of Leicester. He has been into other teaching. I was wondering if he's... Okay, it seems to me that Professor Ghazala has got an issue with the audio. He couldn't get through. So we can move on to Professor Musa Al-Halul and his speech for today. And as I've just mentioned, I hope that Professor Halul is with us as well.
Yes, I am ready.
Professor, you're ready? Okay,
yes,
great. I just wondered whether you're online with us or not. Okay, great. So we would like to welcome you in comparative literature and English at Taif University. And he has graduated from Pennsylvania State University. He's the author and translator of over 40 books so far, and his translations are mainly in the field of literature with special focus on world mythology. Professor Halul, the floor is yours. And the title of your paper is Translating a Dystopian Work of Fiction, Problems and Solutions. Professor
okay,
Halul,
thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, the photo on the profile is not mine. You can see that there is a dystopian discrepancy between the photo of the speaker and the next speaker. But anyway, that incongruency, whatever it is. Thank you very much all for inviting me and also for the attendance. And I'm glad to see, some of my colleagues and, friends, and I'm also delighted to meet new people. It's always a pleasure, of course, to present at the ET Translation Conference, and it is always a disadvantage to speak after my younger brother, Professor Omar Sheikh Al-Shabab. I'm glad to see him again. All right. my talk is about, or actually the translating a dystopian work of fiction, problematic issues and solutions. As you can see on the first, the title. I don't know, can I share the screen, or because I'd like, to point out certain things.
Sure, you go ahead.
Okay. It says you cannot start screen
We will share the screen with you. We share the screen.
Doctor, you can control the screen. You can control the presentation.
I'm sorry?
You can control the presentation. Just move the mouse and you can control it.
Okay. All right. Now, as you can see here, before I get the title of the novel that I'm working on right now, which I was commissioned to translate about 40 days ago by a government institution somewhere, I cannot disclose now. All right. It's called Zed, by a British novelist called Joanna Kavanagh. All right. And this is actually if you can see the beetle, okay, which is right here on the first slide. Okay, the left side is that of the beetle, and on the next, the right side, you can see actually a mega city. All right, and apparently it's a very well developed city. Okay, can I move on to the next slide, please? Because I cannot, I don't seem to be able to, move the slide. Okay, next, please. Okay, now this is the cover page on the left side. The cover, yes, the front cover of the novel. All right, and the the novelist herself. Next slide, please. I'm not going actually to spend too much time, I think. All right. Zed is a dystopian novel that was published in 2019. Okay, and it is set in the very near future, actually 23. And it reminds us of George Orwell's novel, 1984. And actually, there is so much of George Orwell as well as Charles Dickens in the novel. All right. Of course, it is called Zed. The novel is called Zed, and Zed in the novel means anything. It's a term actually for instability, uncertainty, and all that goes wrong. Okay, they just invented this. Now, Beetle. All right, why Beetle? Beetle is a multinational technology company and media conglomerate that turns into a totalitarian dictatorship. Okay, and it talks about what happens to human life when it is dominated by the so-called artificial intelligence. Well, the corollary to that is that what we have actually is human stupidity and human misery. Okay, and ironically, this huge technology company is called Beetle. Okay, and there's so much humor. So if you keep the name of the company and all its artificial intelligence, appliances or services, electronic services, without translating them into Arabic, all the humor will be lost. Okay. Now, yes, I'd like to move to the mind-boggling neologisms that the author uses. For instance, Argus Eyes, Beetle Band, Beetle Bits, Beetle Box, Beetle Inside, Beetle Inspire Program, Beetle Escape, Beetle Pad. I'm sure you can, you can see what these could mean actually in our parallel world. OTR. Now, OTR is actually one of the biggest problems that I faced in the translation, because it is used not only as an acronym, standing for a noun, but it is also used as an adjective, and it is also used as a verb, okay, in addition to being a noun. VP in colloquial English simply means vice president, but in this context, it means a very intelligent personal assistant. Okay, so colloquially they refer to, and each one of these big shots in the company has his or her own VP. Okay, And these are just electronic gadgets that interfere. They tell them, for instance, your pulse rate is going up, you need to breathe deeply, you need to eat healthy food, etc., etc. Okay, so let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, now I try to explain here, for instance, Argus Eyes. Argus Eyes refers to cameras that are that you find everywhere, including your own bedroom, okay, in the streets, in your kitchen, even in the bathroom, okay. Now, I had to do a lot of footnoting because Argus in Greek mythology is a monster with 100 eyes, okay. So I had to explain that to my Arabic readers. I have to explain because that, without telling the readers what Argus means originally, I think a lot will be lost because, this is an ultra invasive surveillance system, okay? Also, for instance, beetle band, I had to explain it as a siwar al-khunfusai, okay? Beetle bits, this is cryptocurrency, okay? That is, that is phasing all the other currencies, the regular currencies out, okay, in favor of beetle bits. Beetle box simply شبكة التلفزة الخنفسائية, Beetle Insight وحدة الاستبصار الخنفسائي. It has such a big name, but at the same time, it is, humorously funny. Okay, and the rest. Now, when it came to OTR, when it was used as a verb, I had to be, actually to coin a new term also. Okay, أوتر. All right. Now, the last one here, Veep, all right? Actually, I struggled a lot with this word. The first, thing that I wanted to use was مساعد, but then I wasn't really happy. And then I thought of using the Syrian word now, شبيه, all right? Because that's actually what they do, okay? And then I also thought of, a word that comes from Ottoman Turkish, and it is commonly used in Egypt. Unfortunately, it's not known outside Egypt. It's called shamashargi, all right? Literally meaning, the assistant to the king, all right? But in modern Egyptian usage, it simply means someone who, like a spin doctor, okay, who beautifies all of your bad deeds and things like that. And then I thought of a word used in Syria, especially in the coastal region, called akkam. Akkam is someone who helps you to carry something heavy, but in a religious context, in a special religious context, could be also like the word murid. Okay, so finally I settled upon the word murid. Okay. Also, there was one of the things that I had to do, unlike everything else I did in the past. I had to translate the name of one of the characters. One of the characters is named Robert Pheasant, but because there is this mistake that, because they refer, pheasant is also a bird. In Arabic, it's known as darraj, ad-darraj, okay, or tadarruj. And luckily, there is, in fact, especially in Palestine, there is a family called Darraj. So I had to name him Robert Darraj. Could we move on to the next slide, please? And I'm almost done, by the way. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, of course, because I'm translating this work, okay, for a government, subsidized publisher, they told me specifically to Baudelarize certain words. For instance, the F word was used 80 times in the book, and one of the reviewers, the one who wrote the, proposed this novel, said, I don't know how any translator would be able to deal with this word. Luckily, it was always used in a figurative sense, never in a literal sense, and that made it possible for me to handle very easily. Also, the other word, sex worker, Okay, here I had to, and especially for the, for these three phrases, sex worker, passionate sex, sex addiction, I had to use either masking, so to speak, or euphemisms, or even verbal or translational dissimulation. For instance, sex worker, I used the word bint hawa, okay? Passionate sex, and here's masking, I had to use the word wisal muhtadim. And I'm sure, this would fly over the heads of so many young readers, okay? So they wouldn't really suspect anything, untoward. Sex addiction, I had to use the word, he has غلمة أو لديه غلمة or something like that. And again, we are counting on, sorry to say, the ignorance of the young readers, because, we don't want to get into trouble with our readers. Okay, finally, let's move on to, before finally, the next slide, please. Okay, you see these names. Okay, you can see something in Chinese, all right? And all of these names, by the way, are given in the novel without any clue whatsoever, okay? For instance, luckily I put the Chinese word in Google Translate, and I was able to hear what it sounds or how it is pronounced in Chinese. And then I found the connection between Rumi and Rumi, Jalaluddin Rumi, the Persian or Turkish, Sufi poet. Okay, so the one character asks his Veep about Jalaluddin Rumi, okay, because he was reading him on the plane, and the supposedly intelligent Veep, okay, starts telling him about Rumi in Chinese, which is known in Latin or Greek actually as kilo, something to do with the digestive system. And then we also run into so many words, into so many names. Meilleur Amic in Catalonian, Bel Ami in French, Parem Sober, etc., etc. You see these names, and all of these people are supposed to, hang together, okay, or hang out together in a crammed apartment in London, okay? There was something fishy that, caught my attention. And again, as I said, the author does not give you any clue whatsoever as to the meaning of these names. But then I looked at the Arabic and the Maltese and also the Turkish. The word that, for instance, in Turkish, İyi arkadaş, okay? And then in Arabic, Afdal Sadiq, and then in Maltese, Aqwa Habib. And I tried to, I decided to look up the meaning of these names in, of course, I know what Bel Ami in French also means. And I discovered that all these names mean the same thing. Afdal Sadiq, best friend. They all mean the same thing, okay? Even though they have different occupations, they come from different, ethnic and national backgrounds, they all mean the same thing. Now, if we can move on to the next slide, please, because I'd like, to also comment on something else, multiglossia. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, again, you see these, different, no, please, yeah. You see these, names in Amharic, Greek, Sanskrit, Icelandic, and Kannada, all right? And again, the author does not tell us that these are in these languages, okay? These are the same characters, actually, and they all mean, I don't know how they are pronounced, okay, in their respective languages, but they all mean the same thing, best friend, okay? Now, I have to point out that, there are so many problematic issues in the novel, and also problematic issues with the solutions themselves. So I'm not, since I haven't really finished translating the novel, nothing is really finalized, and I'm still, working on that. Let me just mention two more things, please, if you allow me. The author actually refers to Newspeak by George Orwell in 1984. Newspeak is supposedly the new language. Okay. Joanna Kavanagh also uses the word bespoke.
Yeah, tell me.
Just pronounce it in a loud voice.
Okay. She uses the word bespoke as a noun. And the verb is also in the past tense is bespoke, bespeak, bespeaking, etc., etc. Okay, so I have to, invent, or coin an equivalent Arabic term for it. And because, the company that we are talking about is called Beetle, which sounds like Google or Apple, etc., etc. So I use the word qawqala, okay, as the verb, qawqala yuqawqilu qawqalatan, and the noun, the name of the language is, qawqala. All of the, because the company, the top brass, so to speak, in the company meet also virtually online. And instead of showing their pictures just as we do now, they use avatars. And sometimes the avatars are simply beetles. Okay, instead of using, a human avatar or something like that, they use, beetles. And I'll finish in less than a minute. Okay. So I had to, and the word is used extensively in the novel. So do I use Sura Ramziya or Rams? I wasn't really happy with that. And finally, I settled upon the word Urmuza, just like Uhzuja, Uqsusa, Udhuka, Ukdhuba, etc., etc. And, I consulted one of my former professors of Arabic, and he approved of it. And he said, it's a good choice. Thank you for listening. And sorry if I went over.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You are just on time, actually.
Thank you,
Professor. Thanks very much indeed. And of course, for everybody, for the audience, if you want to ask any questions, we'll give you about 5-10 minutes at the end of the whole session for all the panelists, so that if you want to put forward any questions or any comments that you'd like to do, we're going to, thanks very much indeed, Professor. We're going to move on swiftly. I can see that Professor Hassan Ghazala is online. So I don't know whether he's still online or not. If he's not online. Oh, you are online. Okay, great, wonderful. Welcome, Professor. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. And we are delighted to have you. We've introduced you earlier, but the line was not on. So we'd like, without much ado, we'd like to welcome you, and I will introduce the title of your paper, which is called Filling in Cultural and Other Translation Gaps with Special Reference to the Holy Quran. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And sorry for the, faults, which is beyond actually my means. It's the link, and now we are all right, alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody. Hello, everybody. Good morning, everybody. And I start with filling in translation gaps with special reference to the Holy Quran. Translation gaps are three types. Now, the first type, which is a translation gap that refer to words and terms that are not easily translated into another language. The second type of translation gaps is a reference to cultural words and terms and concepts that are not found in the other language. However, I do not concern myself with these two types because I really have different naming or classification for them. The real translation gaps, or the so-called case gaps or case partners, are a reference to missing details, information, or parts of meaning that they have to be filled in and provided by the translator in the target language. They represent what is described in translation theory, as I have just said, case gaps or case partners. These gaps can be merely grammatical, lexical, stylistic, and pragmatic in translation. However, lexical gaps are more frequent than the other grammatical ones, especially in hence the use of translation gap here refers mainly to lexical gaps. Translation theorists suggest different subtypes of translation gaps. Helbig and Newmark suggest mandatory gaps, implied, optional, and supplementary gaps. 4 types or 4 subtypes. I may add a 5th type of gaps, which is pragmatic gaps. Due to their recurrence, pragmatic gaps are recurrent, especially in the Holy Quran. Now, these gaps can be viewed as justifications for adding extra details from outside the text, but they are context-based anyway. Yet, what seems additions of the text are in fact not exactly alien, but context-based and context-bound details that are left out for some good reason, of course, in the SL. Usually, these gaps are not in the source text, but imposed by it in the target language. In other words, translation gaps are missing in the TL, not in the SL. As the SL readers take no notice of them due to the fact that they know them, i.e. they are no gaps to them. This implies that these gaps are TL readers oriented to supply those readers with clarifications and necessary information to understand the intended meaning of the gaps of translation. Several translation procedures are employed, variably including paraphrase, classify, etc. We will name them later on. Now, filling in translation gaps in translation in general first. There are many translation gaps in different types of text and language expressions, comparing the source language and target language to one another. There are general rules that can be applied to spot translation gaps and justify filling them in at translating between the 2 languages concerned, English and Arabic, of course. These rules include the following. First, about an important name. For instance, Margaret Thatcher was nicknamed the Iron Lady. كانت مارغريت تاتشر رئيسة بريطانيا، رئيسة وزراء بريطانيا السابقة. So this is not in the text. تلقب بالمرأة الحديدية, because many readers may not have an idea about who Margaret Thatcher is or was. Missing information about an important place. زرنا الأماكن المقدسة منذ سنتين. We visited the holy site at Mecca, added again 2 years ago for those who do not exactly maybe know that. Clarifying a term of double reference. Clarifying a term of double reference. George Bush invaded Iraq in 1991. غزا جورج بوش الأب. So the word ab is added. So we have as using ambiguous reference. I met your old friend in the supermarket last night. قابلت صديقك الحكيم فلان, Michael or whoever, في المتجر ليلة أمس. Clarifying an ambiguous linguistic structure. Have you been there? هل زرت لندن؟ هل زرت إنجلترا? Instead of saying just هل ذهبت إلى هناك, something like that. So it is a sort of cultural linguistic expression in English. We have to clarify it. There is a gap here and we have to illustrate it. Compensating for a missing word in the SL expression. As you see here, we have تفضل. تفضل could mean, you know, several things in Arabic. Just to explain it, to make it again clear. Have a seat, please. Come in, please. Here is your office. So here is your coffee. So it depends on the context. 7, providing a missing grammatical particle, like for instance, vocative. Ali, come here, please. Ya Ali. Ya Ali. So here, because vocative is not there, vocative articles or particles are not there in English language. Clarifying a vague grammatical structure or a phrase. A vague grammatical structure or phrase. John likes flying planes. يحب جون قيادة الطائرة. Explaining the pragmatic meaning of a word or phrase. My nephew is too naive. ابن أخي طيب زيادة عن اللازم. Illustrating the implied meaning of a word. He lived with them for a generation. Again, illustrating the implied meaning of a word. Instead of writing, you know, جيل, we can just say عاش معهم 40 سنة. Distinguishing the intended meaning of a statement. Are you a man? And here, to distinguish it from the normal meaning of man, say, هل أنت رجل بالفعل? هل أنت رجال? In other words, you see in some dialects, elucidating ironical style. You are 1 in a million. Maybe we opt for, well, elucidating this, say, أنت أسوأ إنسان على وجه الأرض, instead of translating it ironically. Explaining a rhetorical phrase. Do not spill the beans, please. Do not spill the beans. استر علينا ستر الله عليك. اسكت لا تفضحنا. Making clear an ambiguous style. This is too much. So which way are we going to translate? The context will, of course, determine that. أكرمتنا خير إكرام. كثرت علينا الخير. This is too much could be quite the opposite. زودتها. Or it is meant here to be used in a context about, you know, generosity. Changing passive into active. Whole towns were destroyed in Syria in the past few years. دمر طاغية الشام مدنا بأكملها على رؤوس أصحابها. Change the passive into active to of course, identify the murderer, making up for rhyme, rhythm, and or meter in poetry. And we have actually several examples, especially in poetry. We have recurrent gaps of different kinds, especially lexical gaps, you know, to achieve, prosodic features like rhyme, rhythm, consonants, assonance, etc. Now, I will move right away to translation gaps in the Holy Quran translation. All types of translation gaps are recurrent in the translation of the Holy Quran into English. Here are illustrative examples of the 5 types pointed out, starting with mandatory translation gaps. These gaps can be lexical and syntactic. Lexical gaps mark missing information that need filled in compulsorily by the translator in the target text to compensate for a detail that is critical to communicating meaning to the TL readers. We don't have time actually to go through all the examples, but I have here one example to be given for illustrating each of these types of translation gaps. Retrieving the missing crucial statement in the verse وجاء من أقصى المدينة رجل يسعى أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم وجاء من أقصى المدينة رجل يسعى قال يا قوم اتبعوا المرسلين اتبعوا لا يسألكم أجرا وهم مهتدون وما لي لا أعبد الذي فطرني وإليه ترجعون أتخذ من دونه آلهة يرد الرحمن بضر لا تغني عني شفاعتهم شيئا ولا ينقذون إني إذا لفي ضلال مبين إني آمنت بربكم فاسمعوا. بعدها الآية التي بعد تقول ماذا؟ قيل ادخل الجنة فقتلوه. فكلمة قتلوه is absent here. لأن إني آمنت بربكم فاسمعون, his people killed him. So they killed him after the following verse, as you see in آمنت بربكم فاسمعون. I verily believed in your Lord, so listen to me. To fill in a compulsory gap between it and the consequent verse, which follows from it, قيل ادخل الجنة. So just one example, hopefully. How much time do I have, Dr. Ahmed?
You have about
about the time, Dr. Ahmed?
About 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
All right. Right. As you see in the following verse, there are 4 mandatory gaps that have to be filled in by the translator, or else meaning would be quite ambiguous in English. من سورة طه قال بصرت بما لم يبصروا فقبضت قبضة من أثر الرسول فنبذتها وإلى آخر الآية. I saw what they did not see, so I took a handful of dust. So فقبضت قبضة. A handful of dust is not there. From the hoof من أثر الرسول. أثر خيل سيدنا جبريل عليه السلام. The hoof. What the hoof print of the messengers Gabriel. من أثر الرسول فرسولنا جبريل عليه السلام. Horse and cast it قبضة أثر الرسول فنبذتها. So number 3, we have the Gabriel's horse and cast it into the fire. فنبذتها أيضا أين غير مذكورة, in which the ornaments of the Pharaoh people were put. So we have here 4 gaps. Indeed, many details are missing here and hence have to be attended to by the translator carefully. Number 2, implied translation gaps. These are lexicosyntactic and stylistic gaps that are implied by some words. Here is an example. Many Islamic terms are now translated directly into English without any bracketed explanation or footnotes, for they are too clear to explain. Among them are, so these are implied translation gaps. Among them are, Islam, Iman, Salat, Siyam, Mu'min, Kafir, Hajj, Quran, Waira. Islam, etc. We have this Islam, faith, prayer, fast, believer, disbeliever, Hajj, Quran, etc. respectively. These and many similar terms are well known in English, so their implication and details are left out in translation. Islam, for example, implies what the notion of surrender. Yet this implication is not paraphrased in any English translation. Another example is the Quran, which is translated as such with no need to explain it as the book of God, revealed to his prophet Muhammad, peace be to him. The same applies to the rest of the examples. So here, the meaning is implied. Maybe some choose to maybe explain at least some of these, and this is done actually by some translations of the Holy Quran, which is not exactly required here. Yet to avoid potential ambiguity, some of these terms of general reference are modified by some translators with a premeditated intention to change the undisputed implications for certain purposes. As you see, a case in point is the term ناس. كلما وردت كلمة الناس في ترجمة المترجم الإنجليزي المعروف جورج سيل فيترجمها people of Mecca, although it is quite clear for everybody. So here we have to be careful and to illustrate, this clearly. Case in point is the term الناس. يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم يا أيها الناس كلما وردت فيردها, as you see, to cite. Here we have in the special chapter of Hajj, يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم إن زلزلة الساعة شيء عظيم. You say people of Mecca in form of address, etc. seems too obvious to clarify actually. Yet some readers, especially non-Muslim, might misunderstand it as an address to people of Mecca, only as the English translator George Sale did in his translation of the Quran into English in the 18th century. Very famous translation, Sale translated it into the same specific reference to the people of Mecca, only all over the Quranic text, which is believed to be done deliberately by him to disclaim reference to Christians. هذا لنا الإسلام ولا القرآن لنا وليس لهم. We optional translation gaps. Just try to give just one example. Optional translation gap. A unique example of optional gaps is the 40th verse of the chapter of the spider. Numbers, as you see, we have numbers here. فكلا أخذنا بذنبه فمنهم من أرسلنا عليه حاصبا ومنهم من أخذته الصيحة ومنهم من خسفنا به الأرض ومنهم من أغرقنا. Numbers mark for optional gaps. من هؤلاء? That the translator may opt for. So the reference here is to who? Each reference is to who? For retrieving from the context of the previous two verses, we have verses 38 to 39 consecutively as follows: Ad, Thamud, Qarun, Fir'aun, Haman. So each we seize for his sin against some. First, Ad people. We sent a rain of stones and some. And number two, Thamud and people. We seized by the thunderous cry and some, as here we are, number three, the Qarun. We caused the earth to swallow and some, number four, Pharaoh and Haman. We drowned, etc. In fact, Al-Hilali and Khan mistook the first punishment for lots. So it is important here, maybe it is optional, but sometimes it could be important to maybe take on.
Okay.
Pragmatic gap. Yes,
sorry,
yeah,
Professor.
just 2 minutes or 3 minutes, right? Thank you. Pragmatic gap. One example, you know, these are also overwhelming lexical gaps in the Quranic text. They refer to intended meaning beyond the direct service meaning of some words and expressions. Usually, they are optional to supply between brackets. Examples include Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, والتين والزيتون وطور سينين وهذا البلد الأمين, by the fig and olive, and by the mount of Tur, and by this secure city. So now, by the fig and the olive, which means Palestine, and by the mount of Tur, Sinai, and by the secure city, of course, Makkah. This is a good version that combines both. So we have, I mean, the direct translation by the fig and olive between two brackets, maybe we add, or in a footnote, doesn't matter. We have Palestine, Tur, Mount of Tur, Sinai, and of course, the secure city, Mecca. Supplementary translation gaps. Supplementary translation gaps, where I'm about to finish, please just observe the limits set by Allah, وَالْحَافِظُونَ لِحُدُودِ اللَّهِ. Observe the limits set by Allah. Supplementary are optional, but actually not as important as optional. Do all day and abstain from all. يشرح المترجم هنا في ترجمة هلالي وخان يشرح مع الحافظون لحدود الله. فقد لا يكون هناك هذه الحاجة الماسة. وmassive translation gaps of Quranic. Well, like one said, we just I finished up with the translation procedure just to read them, please. Nothing else. Paraphrase, you know, short explanation in the body of translation. Classifier or clarifying word. Footnoting, noting, commenting, short comments in the body of translation. Contextual additions based on the SL context. Pragmatic implications, conclusions of intentions of the SL text. Componential analysis based on analyzing the SL word into its local, cultural, or other components in the TL. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Professor Zala. It's very illuminating and very, very interesting, these gaps in translation, and we always encounter such problems, particularly in pragmatic contexts and pragmatic translation. We're going to move on very quickly. We'll have the questions afterwards, Professor. We're going to move on to another panelist, and then we can go back to the discussion for all the four panelists. We have the third panelist in our discussion here is Dr. Imam, and I have introduced him that he's from Manchester University, graduating from there, and he's teaching at Leicester University. And he taught at the University of St. Andrews and in Kuwait as well, AOU, and University of Manchester. His research is in the Arabic literary translation field and Quran translation, as well as translation and ideology. Dr. Al-Imam, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, indeed.
My camera is on, but is it on now?
We can see you. We can see you now.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Would you be able to allow me to control the presentation myself? Would that work?
You can share it yourself if you want.
Oh, great. I will.
Suppose.
Okay.
If you can't share it from your end, we can always run it from here. Professor, Doctor.
Okay.
We can see it.
Okay, great. I'll let you control it if you don't mind.
No problem.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ahmed Al-Imam, and I teach translation studies at the University of Leicester in the UK. Just put my timer on so that Dr. Ahmed.
I will put it myself.
doesn't tell me off.
No.
Okay.
It's just it's one of the things that I have to.
Great. The presentation today is entitled British Press Media Coverage of Islam, a Spatial and Temporal Analysis. In fact, this is part of a much larger research which is being completed as we speak, and it will be published towards the end of next year as a book. So there might be some kind of like gaps in my presentation today, but feel free to ask me afterwards and I'll fill those in. Basically, the ultimate aim of this research is to identify how the British press media narrate the Quran. This is something I noticed through personal observation, that the media kind of like deploys an awful lot of negativity against the Quran and in turn Islam and Muslims in several European countries. And I wanted to quantify and qualify this kind of negativity. So in order to achieve this aim, I decided to create a corpus of articles between 9/11, 2001, an important date in recent history, and a watershed in terms of the negative narration of Islam and Muslims in the media. And 2019, July 2019, which is the date this research started, the articles I was looking at were specifically ones that quote verses from the Quran in English translations. Secondly, I want to identify which narrative is being presented, whether these negative narratives are negative, positive, or potentially neutral as well. And as a byproduct of this, I ended up examining the temporal and spatial aspects of these narratives. Before I move on, I just want to explain what I mean by narratives and then by temporal and spatial, and then I'll give you a couple of examples from the data. Next slide, please. So I am drawing here on narrative theory. It started in, narrativity as a concept cuts across very many different disciplines, and each disciplines have their own understanding of what a narrative is. In translation, Muna Baker in 2006 and afterwards brought over or appropriated the concept of narrativity from sociology and applied that to translation studies. According to her theories, as I said, from 2006 and more recently in 2017, she talks about 4 types of narratives: public narratives, meta-narratives, personal narratives, and disciplinary narratives. I will talk briefly about the 2 types of narratives that kind of like feature quite a lot really in the data I'm going to show you in a couple of minutes. Excuse me. Public narratives. A narrative is a story, simply put. And it's actually public narratives are stories we are told as a group of people by different institutions. These institutions can be schools, school curricula, universities, the media, religious institutions, government institutions, and also literature. And these stories are supposed to socialize us, between scare quotes, into adopting certain beliefs, into keeping us in line with what the society accepts as acceptable or not acceptable, and so on. Sometimes these, okay. Don't appreciate, just move the arrows next, okay. No, whoever sent me the message, no, it's not working. My arrows are not working, sorry.
We're trying to actually make you control the
Oh, okay, now it does. Great, they work now, great, thanks very much. Now, these stories sometimes kind of like gain a much wider circularity than the level of the institution involved in creating, disseminating, or spreading them, and therefore they become what we call meta-narratives. So meta-narratives are essentially public narratives that become a lot more widely circulated than no, somebody moved. Okay. Somebody moved the. Can we go back to the first slide again, please? Okay, great. So meta-narratives are public narratives which gain much wider circularity, and therefore the term meta-narratives. They become more persistent, more influential, and more enduring over a long period of time. And they, to give you an example of what a meta-narrative is, the war on terror, for example, has become a meta-narrative. It's affecting everybody's life everywhere in the world, and it is. By its very nature, it feeds onto a lot more public narratives. Things like Islam is violent, Muslims are aggressive, and so on and so forth. If we move to the next slide, the temporal and spatial aspects of these articles are also very important, of these narratives that are being circulated in the articles I'm going to show you are very important. The temporal aspect, which I said came as a byproduct of looking at these media narratives in British press media, was I noticed that the publication of most of these negative articles in particular come on or around the anniversary, the dates or the anniversaries of major world events. So for example, quite a few articles came on or around the anniversary of 9/11. And I think it's the 11th of March, that's the Madrid bombings, and also last but not least is 7/7/2004, the London bombings. So they kind of like, the authors kind of like capitalize on the growing interest of the worldwide readership to read more about what's happened and in relation to these important events. The spatial aspect of these narratives are also very important. So I argue that publishing something, one of these narratives in the news section, frames them in the mind of the unsuspecting readers as facts. Unsuspecting readers don't know that what we read as news is actually not told in the way the events unfolded. Not what we read does not tell us how things happened in order, but tells us what the view of the author is with respect to what happened. Publishing a negative narrative about Islam and Muslims quoting the Quran in the news section around the date of major world events is just like, you can see layers upon layers of negativity here. I will give now a couple of examples. Well, let me say 3 examples, 1 negative, 1 positive, 1 neutral. These are all taken from The Guardian, but just to give you a little bit of an idea about how I created the corpus, basically I used Factiva, which is a newspaper research archive, to look, to search for all the articles involving the words Quran and verse or ayah and surah between 2001 and 2019. And I ended up with a massive number of results. So I kind of like zoomed in to make sure that I capture only articles that actually quote translations of verses from the Quran. I ended up with roughly 2,000 articles still, which was way too much for one piece of research. And therefore, I started looking at every 100th article, and I ended up creating a randomly selected corpus of 19 articles in total, 6 from The Guardian, 2 by The Independent, 2 The Telegraph, and 5 by The Times. So I'll give you 3 examples, the first 3 examples in date order from The Guardian. The first was published on the 12th of September 2001. As you can see, the temporal aspect is very important because it appears only 1 day after 9/11 events took place. This was a very negative representation of Islam and Muslim, or rather a very negative narrative of Islam and Muslims. The title of this particular piece is actually as follows: Islam and the Bombers. This was very interesting because and very negative at the same time, simply because the author himself, Foden, says it was far from clear who was responsible for the devastation. So he starts off saying that we don't know what happened because there is no official statement blaming somebody yet, because it was just literally a few hours after what happened. But then he says, well, but it might be Osama bin Laden or Saddam Hussein. So then he says, and we might even never know who was behind this, because he quotes the Quran saying Allah knows, between quotes. And the second thing is because the Quran, as the Quran puts it, he knows every soul's whisper and is closer to him than the jugular vein. So now he says, as the Quran puts it. So clearly drawing on the Quran, puts quotes around this translation and doesn't reference the translation, doesn't tell us who translated those, and doesn't tell us in the first place why these verses. How is the verse Allah knows and Allah is closer, or he knows every soul's whisper and so on, is related to the bombers and so on. But as you can see, this implicates the Quran in what is happening very clearly. I could, I think, trace Allah knows back to Quran 40:19, and he knows every soul's whisper to Quran 50:16. But Ibn Kathir explains that the angels are closer to a human being than his or jugular veins, and in that sense, they know what people are thinking, good or bad. And it's interesting that the journalist here implicates the Quran in this issue like this. And even though these verses, I don't understand how and why they're actually used in that sense. The temporality, as I said, of this particular piece is important because it was published literally a day, or probably like less than 24 hours after the events. And as I also said, it frames the author, the reader's understanding of what happened and of the Quran very negatively. I can't comment on the spatial aspect of that because Factiva doesn't allow me to check the original section of publication for all these articles. Some of them were designated as having appeared in, for example, the news section, the culture section, the book review, and so on. Some were not. And the three examples I talk about today, two of them were published in unknown sections, as in like the research archive wouldn't be able to identify, and the third was published in the culture section. I move on now to the next article, which was actually written again a week after 9/11 under the title of Faith and the Future. And it was written by Yusuf Islam, ex-Cat Stevens, a former poll-star and a convert to Islam. He writes very positively about the Quran, and he says things like the Quran calls for people to know each other. The best of people are the most God conscious, but like the previous one, previous article, he actually appropriates, kind of like selectively appropriates part of the verse to support his narrative of the Quran and internal Islam and Muslims. He doesn't reference the verse, he doesn't say it's a translation, but he puts it between quotes. And this idea of putting the scare quotes with the quotation marks is also very problematic, because when a reader looks at the quotes, they will think this is directly the Quran. And we all know a translation of the Quran is not the Quran itself. This is just an interpretation of meaning. But I could trace this back to verse 49:13, and Ibn Kathir explains that the verse means God created Adam and Eve from him and then created different peoples from them both, adding that we are all equal in our humanity and that the best amongst us are those who are more God conscious amongst us. Then Cat Stevens yet quotes another verse from the Quran: if anyone murders an innocent person, it will be as if he murdered the whole of humanity. And if anyone saves a person, it will be as if he has saved the whole of humanity. And again, this verse is not referenced. It's not designated clearly as a translation, and the source of that translation is not acknowledged. But I could trace this back to Quran 5:32. So the overall narrative has been unsurprisingly positive, of course, because he is himself a convert who liked Islam enough, what he read about Islam enough to convert, to take the decision to convert to Islam. Again, this spatial aspect of this I can't comment on because it's not actually known which section published this particular article. Finally, now I'm going to move on to a neutral narrative of the Quran. This actually appears in the culture section of the Guardian newspaper, dated the 15th of September, which makes it very interesting because, first of all, it's not written by a convert or even a Muslim. It's written by an author who's not himself a Muslim, and it appears again 4 days after 9/11. So he starts, it's basically a book review of the Nobel Prize winner Orhan Pamuk's novel entitled My Name is Red. It's a philosophical thriller and constructed around a chasm between two civilizations, the East and the West. And it was written actually in 1998. So the author felt the need to justify why he's talking about this now, after all these years. He goes, because in the week of the American suicide bombings, this outstanding novel clamors to be heard. And then he quotes the following verse from the Quran: "To God belongs the East and the West, says the Quran." So like all of the previous articles and the ones I'm not going to discuss today because of limitations of time, authors clearly designate these quotes as the Quran, as the Quran puts it, but they never say it's a translation. They never say this is a sort of my translation or anything like this. This verse could be traced back to Quran 2:115. Temporarily, this article comes out 4 days after 9/11, which makes it very important and very interesting at the same time. It is published, however, under the culture section. And in my view, I would like to argue this is not as effective as publishing it in the news section, especially at this time when everybody is trying to read the news. And I doubt that so many people would have had the time or the head to actually go and read like a book review or anything like that. But it is a neutral presentation of the Quran nonetheless. Dr. Ahmed, how much time have I got? How much time?
About 4 minutes. About 4
Perfect.
minutes.
So it's just enough time to conclude, really. So overall, as I said, the subcorpus is looking at consists of 19 articles. 8 articles overall narrate the Quran and Islam negatively, and along the lines I've shown you. These articles usually appear in the news section, occasionally as a book review or under culture section. And I would say the spatial aspect of these appearing as news sections makes them more influential and than in publishing them in any other section. 6 articles narrate Islam by quoting a verse positively, but 2 of those were actually written by Muslim authors, and the other 2 quote Muslim interviewees. So when you allow an interviewee, a Muslim interviewer, to speak, they speak about the Quran very positively. Understandably, of course, but also this means and this is actually the case, that these negative articles do not interview Muslims, do not check with Muslims about their understanding of the Quran or the translation of the Quran. Finally, 5 articles narrate the Quran neutrally by presenting both sides of the debate. So in one case, there was something, again, selectively appropriated from the Quran and said the Quran is aggressive about people who are not Muslim. But then the author, in this case, said we can't selectively appropriate these passages, strip them of context and presented them to readers as is, because if we apply this to the Old Testament, the New Testament, the result is the same. And he actually proceeds to do the same thing. He quotes biblical passages, kind of like condemning those who don't believe in God and so on. And therefore, both sides are presented. And I found that the presentation is actually neutral. So the negative narratives of Islam and Muslims frame the Quran as a violent book by selectively appropriating partial translations of verses and decontextualizing the relevant passage to claim that the Quran calls for the discriminate killing and so on and so forth. These public narratives associate the Quran with violence and tap onto, so these are public narratives which actually tap onto the war on terror meta-narrative. These narratives, in my view, ignore the fact that there have always been non-Muslims living in Muslim countries since day one until now. And if this was the case, how comes we still have non-Muslims in Muslim lands? The positive narratives of the Quran emphasize how the Quran describes humanity as the children of God, as saving one life equals saving of all humanity, and killing one person indiscriminately means or equals killing the whole of humanity. Not the neutral narratives draw on types of or different types of verses, if you like, but they are also selectively appropriated. So we don't with the exception of one article, we are only told that this is actually a translation. Everybody else, 18 out of 19 articles, don't state these are translations and don't tell us which translation they are quoted from. As I said, finally, the issue with the temporal aspect of these publications, in my view, frames these articles more negatively than they should be, and because they are published around important dates, the spatial aspects, most of these are published as news, which in the mind of the suspecting readers, these are facts rather than views. Readers don't know the difference between views and reviews, if you like. And I'll stop there.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you very much indeed. You just stopped on time, exactly on time. That's wonderful. I mean, it's really exciting and very interesting topic to talk about this and how the audience receive some of the translations or some of the narrative in negative and positive, depending on the audience and the way they are placed, whether they are placed in the news, where you're arguing that they are taken as facts and not as an opinion. I'm just going to move on very swiftly, and then we can move on to the discussion very swiftly to Dr. Tibi, Mustafa Tibi. And of course, Mustafa, you know, he's an associate professor in interpreting and translation at Western Sydney University, and he's the leader of the International Community Translation Research Group and the chief editor, or editor-in-chief rather, of Translation and Interpreting. It's a journal, International Journal of Interpreting and Translation Research. Also, he's published recent books, Community Translation by Bloomsbury, 2016. Another one, New Insights into Arabic Translation and Interpreting, 2016. Multilingual Matters, and Multicultural Health, Translation, Interpreting and Communication in 2019 by Routledge. And finally, Translating Cultures by Routledge as well, which is forthcoming in 2021. I think it's forthcoming, he meant in this one here. And the title of his paper is, for Tibi, is Translation of Official Personal Documents Moving in Space and Between Systems. Dr. Tibi, it's over to you.
شكرا دكتور أحمد، كيف الحال؟ I'm very pleased to see you and to catch up with colleagues at IFET University.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to see this opportunity to thank colleagues at IFET University for organizing this conference. And I feel sorry for not being able to join you in person, but we're with you anyway. My presentation today is about the translation of official personal documents. And it's about a research project that we're still conducting. We have finalized the first stage of the project, and we're still working on the second stage. Let me check if my arrows are working. Apparently not.
They will be in a minute.
Okay. Well, anyway, the presentation is about the translation of official personal documents, and what we mean by official documents here are the type of documents that are issued by different administrations for personal purposes, like, for example, registration of birth, birth certificates, marriage certificates, driver's licenses, etc. Okay, I'm still unable to, now, someone has changed the slide, I think. Well, anyway, if someone can help with that, I'm happy for you to control the slides. Okay, so I was saying that we're talking here about a specific type of translation, a specific type of documents that are personal, but at the same time administrative and to some extent legal. These documents are closely linked to people's movement from one geographical area to another, from one country to another. In other words, These documents are closely linked to migration, but they can also be linked to other phenomena, like, for example, business relations between different companies and different countries and so on. We're talking here about documents that travel in time and space, to use the theme of the conference, and also travel between systems, that is to say, between one legal and administrative system and another. And of course, when we say different administrative systems, we can anticipate a number of differences between the administrative systems and the cultural backgrounds they're located in. As Fuentes Luque, one of the very few authors who have written about the translation of official documents, says, the influx of immigrants poses new challenges not only for politicians and social agents, but also for translators who are confronted with official documents of varied and often unfamiliar ethnic, legal, and cultural backgrounds. Personal documents are often thought of as easy material to work with, easy material to translate because they're repetitive. Once you have translated a birth certificate, you can do it, you can use and reuse the same template for future translations that are similar. This kind of translation is thought of as involving very little creativity, which is true sometimes, but this doesn't mean that they're free from translation challenges. Translation challenges that arise because of cultural differences, because of differences between legal and administrative systems, and because of the inherent features of the personal documents themselves. Unfortunately, this is an area where there is very, very little research. Very few publications that have been produced, but these are mainly based on professional experience rather than research. And one major book in this area is the one published in 2003 by a former professor of the University of Granada in Spain, Mayoral Asensio. Okay, if someone can help move to the next slide, please. As you all know, personal documents or official documents are characterized by a number of features that you won't find in other types of translations or documents to be translated, like literary translation or journalistic translation, etc. These include letterheads, for example, logos, the logos of an institution, an organization, sometimes universities and companies, etc., signatures and stamps. These features are very important for this kind of document, simply because what distinguishes an official document from another type of document is the presence or absence of these features. And here, what distinguishes the translation of personal documents from other types of translation is that we, in addition to translating content, we need to document the document or document the translation. That is saying, the translator needs to describe what is in the signature, what is in the stamp, etc., as long as the content, of course, or the words are legible. Another feature of personal documents or official documents is the structures they use, the kind of language they use, the jargon they use, the presence of passive constructions, and special constructions, of course, which vary from one language to another. One other feature I mentioned earlier is the culture specificity of these documents. They're strongly attached to a specific culture, not only the overall culture of the country where they were produced, but also the culture of the institution or the administration that issued them. And finally, different expectations both in terms of organizations or institutions that produce the original document and also expectations in relation to the presentation of the translation and how the translation should be done. Can we move to the next slide, please? Here, I would like to show you an example of such differences and challenges. You have two documents that have identical purposes and functions. A certificate of marriage that was produced in Australia. And by the way, those who don't know me, I'm participating from Australia and it's night time here. So if I go to sleep in a couple of minutes, please, please understand. Yeah, these are two marriage certificates, one from Australia and the other one from Morocco. The first difference that, that can be noted is the structure and presentation of the document. The Australian document is very brief, is well structured in terms of table presentation, the essentials of the particulars of the bride and bridegroom, the particulars of the marriage, and that's it. In addition, of course, to the stamps and signatures. If you look at the Moroccan marriage certificate, you will find a block of text without any punctuation at all. Without any punctuation at all. That's the first difference. The other aspect is that it's handwritten. And I presume that many of the Arabic speakers out there would not be able to read the text to start with. This is a very basic challenge associated with the translation of this document, but this is just to show you how differences in practices, differences in administrative practices, and also cultural background can mean significant challenges for translators. So we're talking about a type of translation that might look mundane, that might look repetitive and relatively easy, but at the same time involves a number of challenges and also a number of risks. Because here we're talking about civil status, we're talking about qualifications, we're talking about a number of personal circumstances that can be mistranslated, of course, with the ensuing consequences. Next slide, please. So the project we've been working on aims to compare the existing translation approaches in Australia, that is, the translation approaches adopted by practicing translators here in Australia, translators who are certified or accredited by NATI. We're comparing, well, a relatively large number of translators coming from different working languages, from over 40 working languages. And we also plan to elicit and compare the views not only of practicing translators, but also other stakeholders, especially the managers of language services or translation agencies, and staff working in different public services, different Australian administrations, in order to get the views not only of those who are working in the field of translation, but also those who are at the other end. We aim to identify efficiencies and instances of good practice, and of course, also aspects that would be less efficient or less desirable. By the end of this project, we aim to propose guidelines for the relevant authorities here, some sort of protocol or a number of guidelines that would be used by the translators themselves and also by translation agencies and government agencies as a reference. The next slide, please. Basically, what we're using as research methods in this project consist of questionnaires and interviews with the stakeholders I've just mentioned, plus an analysis and assessment of 300 translations into English. These translations come from Arabic, Chinese, and Spanish. We have opened up the questionnaire phase to all the languages here, and we ended up with more than 40 languages. But for the assessment of actual translations, understandably, we had to limit the number of languages, and we chose these three because they're among the most important and the most frequently demanded languages here in Australia. In this presentation, I'm only going to speak about the questionnaire part because we're still working on the second phase. The next slide, please. Okay. In the questionnaire, we used about 30 questions, including both open-ended questions and multiple choice questions. And apart from the basic demographics about the translators themselves in terms of working languages, qualifications, certification, and work experience, we've asked them about the types of personal documents they work with, about the features that represent most challenges for them. And we asked them about whether they use template translation, that is, say, a kind of summary translation in the form of a table or a full translation. And here, practices vary across countries as well, because in Australia we're more used to template translation than full translations, and full translations are only used in some cases, whereas in countries I know well, like Morocco and Spain, the common practice is to use full translation or to produce a full translation, whatever the personal document we're handling. We also asked translators about their relations with commissioners or translation agencies, and most importantly, we asked them about aspects of quality and security, the document security, that is. Before launching the questionnaire, we piloted it with 8 translators from different language backgrounds, and we sought feedback about clarity, about organization of the questionnaire, and also in terms of language used, etc. We invited the translators to provide as much feedback as they wanted about the questionnaire, and we took into consideration the feedback they provided before we started distributing the instrument. In the end, we got 115 respondents that represented, as I said, more than 40 languages. Next slide, please. Well, when asked about the main challenges associated with this type of translation, these professional translators, most of them mentioned diversity of document origins, that is, say, the country or the region they come from, and diversity in terms of the amount of information that is presented in the document. Let's say differences between the amount of information or the type of information expected by the Australian system and the amount of information present in the original document. For example, more than 66% of these translators mentioned birth records where diversity of documents from different countries was the most significant challenge. Variation in amount of information referring to the same type of document, birth records, about 64 or nearly 65% of these translators mentioned amount of variation, amount of information as a significant challenge. And one other type of document that was mentioned repeatedly, very often by these translators, was educational qualifications, university degrees, testamers, etc. Most of the translators surveyed mentioned educational qualifications as very problematic. Can we move on, please? Thank you. One essential question we asked was in relation to whether the translators did or prefer template translation or full translation. Most responded saying that they usually work with template translations because they think it's very efficient, it's very cost effective. It's cost effective for the clients because instead of, let's say, translating a whole marriage certificate and including all the details in it and then charging the client, let's say, $150, well, they can do a kind of summary translation or a table template translation and end up paying, let's say, $60 or $80. And it's very efficient for translators. It's less time consuming. And as I said before, once you've done a time
Doctor, we're losing you.
They expressed had to do with concerns about the completeness and accuracy of the translation, because they thought that if you do a table or a template translation, you risk leaving out information that might be important, significant, or relevant for the person or the staff member who will be processing the translation. Some of them mentioned that they only do full translations when the clients themselves specifically ask for them for one reason or another. And some mentioned different expectations depending on the country where the translation will be used. And here again, it's about the variation in terms of norms or practices across countries. For example, they mentioned that if they a Japanese translator mentioned that if they know that the translation is going to be used in Japan, well, then the expectation is that it would be required to be full rather than a template translation. The next one, please.
Got 1 minute left, Doctor.
Really?
I'm sorry about that.
I'll be quick. Okay. The next slide, please. Well, a question or several questions about document security. Here, it's about whether the translators had any concerns about their own translations being fraudulently used, and also about a potential. Let's stay in the previous slide, please. Whether Can we go back? Can we go back, please?
That's the one. That's the one, Doctor.
Yeah, this is the one. Thank you. Yeah, whether they had concerns about the authenticity of the original documents they were asked to translate. Well, you would say that fortunately around 65% of the translators didn't have any concerns, but this is not good news, because if we have 35% saying that they did have concerns, this is a source of concern for us as a profession and also for the administrations that process our translations. Okay, let's be quick and move on. Thank you. An important aspect we asked the translators about was translation quality. And here, of course, we can't assess the quality of the translations they produce. This is just asking the translators themselves how they perceived quality and if they had any issues maintaining or producing quality translations. There is a second stage where we and other experts will be assessing actual translations from 3 different languages into English. But here, as I said, we're just reporting what the translators said about quality. Most of them reported that they were usually able to deal with the challenges of personal documents and produce quality translations without any issues. Many acknowledged challenges, but here they didn't acknowledge any challenges relating to their qualifications or their practices, but rather mentioned external factors like the quality of the text, source text, or the presentation of the personal document to be translated. But fortunately or unfortunately, a few of them did recognize shortage of knowledge and skills and a lack of training that's specific for this area of translation. Some of these expressed the idea that in some areas of personal documents, like for example, personal documents that refer to military ranks, they faced a lot of uncertainty because in spite of the presence of glossaries, dictionaries, and other resources, they didn't feel certain about the translations or the quality of the translations they produced simply because they were unfamiliar with this area. One of them, for example, said sometimes even after checking 2 or 3 times, I'm still not quite sure whether my translation is correct. Another mentioned, for example, the fact that they're more familiar with one language than another, more familiar with one administrative system than another, which represents a risk for quality. And I think there is 1 or 2 slides, and I will be very, very brief there. Can we move on, please?
Very, very brief, Doctor.
Yes, yeah. This is actually the last slide, and it just links quality and training. Of course, we all agree or would agree that to ensure quality, we need to have relevant and sufficient, adequate training. When we asked these translators about the training they received before embarking upon the journey of translating personal documents, the majority said they had never attended any course, not only courses like master degree or BA in interpreting and translation, but they had never attended any professional development activity, no training at all that was addressed that addressed the translation of personal documents in particular. The rest completed one of, well, I didn't mention the exact percentage, that was around 65% in the first case. The rest completed one of the following, either a university program like a master or a BA in interpreting and translation, induction sessions, the kind of introductory session or training offered by translation agencies when they first employ a translator or recruit a group of translators, and the typical professional development courses we have here in Australia run by the accreditation or certification body NATI or the professional body, which is AUSIT. Finally, one of the very few university graduates who were surveyed as part of this project, or the first phase of this project, said something very interesting, which is that the course he or she had completed was great, but did not actually cover official translations, which was a shock when he or she entered the real world of professional practice, as the majority of his or her work was official or consisted of official documents. This just tells us how necessary training in this area is, and takes us back to what we said earlier, that although many of us might think that the translation of personal documents is something very straightforward and very easy, it has a number of challenges, of course, that require special training. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. So this is a very also quite challenging job to translate personal documents, especially as they are official and depends from which authority. Each country has got their own different ways of, requirements with regards to whether it's full or just minimal in terms of the information, just the information, and not the full document being translated and completely done. Now, I'm just going to move on very swiftly to the question and answer or Q&A session. Some of there are lots of questions here being asked. And I would like to start with Dr. Muhammad Asiri, who is asking Dr. Al-Imam about, Dr. Imam, the question is, it says, since the translation is a human interpretive product, do the media see these translated verses as something we should respect, glorify, or something that has to be doubled or argued? Because this would explain some of their reaction, wouldn't they? And that's what they would like to be answered, Dr. Imam.
Yeah, I would like to say that, I didn't say something about the magnitude of this project. We looked at the media coverage, press media coverage of Islam and Muslims in Britain, Italy, and Spain. There's a lot more detail than this, but anyway, this is what we looked at. And if I can make a conclusion, I would say that these journalists are actually making malicious, and they had malicious intentions to actually discredit Islam and Muslims by drawing on the Quran, because you could see clearly, I couldn't trace any of these translations back to any published source. So if there is a phrase like the ones I quoted, it looks like it's a bit of a mix and match between all the published translations, if you like, and possibly written or edited by the journalist himself or herself in order to kind of like to create more suspense and create more negativity. So I would say there is no respect to the fact that these are translations. There is no acknowledgement that these to the fact that these are translations. There is no reference whatsoever. The quotes are used to kind of like frame this as an authentic quote from the Quran, when in fact these are not the Quran. And none of the famous translations that we all use are used, but that's part of the story. The major part is how they selectively appropriate certain passages, which imply something else in the context or the context of the Quran itself, and use that to bolster and substantiate their negative narratives. In fact, the media narratives in Italy and Spain were even a lot more negative than the ones we talked about. So I don't know if this answers the question.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, it does actually. Thank you very much. I would like to actually move very swiftly to Professor, because we're running out of time. I'm going to move to Professor Omar Sheikh Shabab. He would like to ask the panelists, I'm not sure, he didn't specify who, a comment or a question. Professor?
Thank you very much. Is my voice clear, please?
Yes, it is.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Halul for his choice of source text. I'm always intrigued by the source texts he uses. I'm teaching his book, Literary Translation, and I find the sources are very interesting. Also, the methodology from Dr. Ghazali, also literary translation, he uses 2 translations for each text, one general and one literary, which is interesting. Now I would like to move to Dr. Al-Imam, very, very important and interesting, really, perspective, looking at narrations and narratives. And I would like to ask the question just in a minute, addressed to Dr. Al-Imam. But before that, I thank Dr. Tibi for choosing a very, very sensitive and important area, official translations these days, because there is a need really for unifying or working towards some more acceptable templates or ways to avoid hassles and problems. And
standardized, yes, standardized.
I would like to go to Mr. Dr. Al-Imam and notice that now it has been fashionable in the last 20 years or so to really comment on and engage in translations, new translations of the Quran. But recently in Edinburgh, there was a conference or a whole conference and documents on the different translations. But one very interesting thing is that they call Al-Quran the English Quran. So now we have English Quran, French Quran, etc., etc. And this is unfortunately part of the success of translation, because if you see you have good, very, very good translations, you are tempted to appropriate and claim that the text is yours. This is what has happened with the Bible, of course, after King James' famous authorized edition, 1611. Now, my question to you is, you think that I would like to ask about the relationship between narratives and editorial policies when you go to agencies and institutions like BBC and CNN and others, the relationship between those narratives and the editorial policies on the one hand, and also between the differences between, or the relationship between the narrative they float and ideology behind the narrative. Thank you.
That's very, very important. Yes, I do agree. There is a tendency now to get rid of the idea of translations of the meanings of the Quran, and so we started dropping these, and we started seeing titles like from Muhammad Abdul Halim onwards, translation of the Quran, or the Quran interpreted, and things like that. But still some translators do write, like Muhammad Abdul Halim, for example, writes in the introduction that any translation is also an interpretation of the meaning, and this applies even more so in the case of the Quran. A translation of the Quran is not a substitute for the Quran. This is the word of God and this is the word of man, and one does not substitute the other. So this is number one. Number two, I completely agree that there is these journalists shouldn't do what they do and get away with it unless and until this is actually in line with the editorial policies. And as I was saying a minute ago, I do believe that there is a malice intention to tarnish the image of Islam and Muslims. Finally, I would like to say that is this particular article, and it was published in The Guardian in the culture section by a journalist, can't remember his name now, but what he did was actually, there was a story about somebody who was making a fuss about the Quran saying apes and monkeys or something like this, apes and pigs, qirada wa khanazir, about a specific subset of people. And then the guy himself is not an author, and what he did was something really interesting. I've not seen it in all the hundreds of articles we looked at, nearly 6,000 articles in total, and the subsets were like 20 or 19 in each of the 3 languages worked with. And this was like one-off, a unique article. What he did was, he said, I'm not going to respond to this idea of pigs and apes, but I will reproduce the context. So he went back to the Quran and he says apes and pigs are mentioned in three different occasions in the Quran. And he reproduced the co-text, 5 verses in total, 4 verses in total, more or less. Some of them are long, some of them are short. And he left it as is. And the context was clear. He was saying that this is actually speaking about a specific type of people and so on and so forth. He even drew on Al-Tabari's interpretation, saying this was actually metaphorical. I'm not in a position actually to say whether this was actually metaphorical. This is not my area, but this is what he did.
Sorry, Doctor, we're running out of time because there's another question which needs to be I wish that it is, we have more time on this. For all the questions, of course, the panelists will be more than happy to answer you by email. They can always,
yes, of course,
you can communicate with them with the result of this. Well, there is one more question left by Dr. Faisal. I'm not sure the surname. He's actually addressing this question to Dr. Tibi. And there is another question by Professor Al-Wazna which I'm not sure who is actually asking. But Dr. Wazna, would you like to put forward your question, and then we can end up this?
Yes, yeah. Am I heard?
Yes. Go ahead,
okay.
Please. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
okay. Thank you for the speakers. Actually, it's to Professor Haloul. You know, I think the translation, Professor Haloul, that you're actually undertaking is interesting. But I'm wondering if you've actually thought of, you know, taking down the strategies that you are using, and probably you will be still using until you finish actually your translation. And then this might actually give you also a chance to write another paper on the translation strategies based on the literary translation that you are undertaking. I think you've mentioned some of the strategies that you've already adopted, like coinage, etc., and also translation by omission, when you displayed several names or several, you know, entities that have the same meaning, and you used only one word in Arabic. So it might be actually of a good idea to list the strategies that you are using throughout your project. This is one. The other question to Dr. Taibi, Mustafa Taibi. I think Dr. Mustafa, you've mentioned very clearly that the topic that you are actually revolving around is sort of culture specific, which means that the translation of official documents differs from one country to another, and probably even within a particular country from one institution to another. In that case, how would a translator bridge a gap in translating such official documents across different countries and languages? Thank you very much.
Briefly, Dr. Taibi. Two questions, I think, that we got for you.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Wazna. It's very nice to hear your voice. You might remember me from last year. Yeah, to answer your question, I would briefly say that the key to an appropriate translation in this case is applying the dominant norms in the country you're translating in. That is, if you're translating in Australia, of course, you will be guided by the dominant norms in Australia. What is the expectations of the Australian administrations? Do they expect a template translation or a full translation? Do they expect a translation that adapts the terminology to the Australian system, or do they prefer a translation that sticks to the literal sense of the original document? If you're translating in Spain, of course, you will be guided by different norms and expectations. So the key here is the application of the, let's say, the conventions and expectations of the country or the culture where the translator is situated.
Doctor, for the other question for Dr. Faisal. Faisal, just quickly, he's asking, are the quality norms adjusted, periodically reconsidered in the light of the cumulative data from translation practice? Are they changed or adjusted?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but the sense I got from the question is whether the existing conventions, the existing norms that are applicable in a different geographical area or a different administrative, in a given administrative system, whether they change over time. If that's the question, yeah, I would say so. I would say that's the case, because norms and practices change as societies continue to change. To give you the example of Spain, because it's a country I lived in before and I know a bit about. As I said in my presentation, the common practice there is to produce full translations of whatever personal document you get as a translator. You describe what well, of course, you translate the content of the text, and also describe the document in terms of administrative, institutional logos, signatures, and stamps. That's the common practice. But this doesn't mean that there aren't currents in among professionals and scholars that would like to move towards a different model. And I remember back in 2002, there was a conference organized at Alcalá University, where Manuel Feria, for example, one of the scholars from the University of Granada, who fiercely advocated the use of templates rather than full translations, because he thought that professionals working in certified or sworn translators need to have the reliability and authority to work with the original text and reproduce the translation that's in it in a way that's functional, in a way that's cost effective and straightforward, rather than translate the whole document while you would produce a template or a table that summarizes the key content of the document. So that's an example of how things can develop and move on.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed on this. And I'm going to use my authority, though not my reliability in terms of timing, which is very doubtful, because we're run out really late and we need to have some lunch and a break for prayer before we can continue our conference here. Thanks ever so much for everybody and the panelists, and enjoy your lunch virtually or really, whatever you would like to call it. And we'll come back in around maybe half an hour or so, according to the schedule. Thank you very much indeed, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Dear guests, we will now take a break and we will come back at 12:45 to continue our program for the day. Thank you.
يعني ازاي
Welcome back, dear guests. And now we will start with our second panel discussion of the day under the title, Translation During Crisis. COVID-19 is an example. This session will be moderated by Dr. Obaid Al-Momani, faculty at Ifat College of Humanities, English and Translation Department.
Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. I hope you just had or enjoyed a good break. We start our second session, okay, in the 5th International English and Translation Conference. And the second session, in this session, actually, we will have Professor Hadir Abu Najjar as a first presenter, and we have also Dr. Adnan Azzouz, okay, as a second presenter. So we start with Professor Abu Najjar, who is a professor of English and Translation at the College of the Humanities at Prince Sultan University in Riyadh. She is the director of the University Translation and Authoring Center. And Dr. Abu Najjar is a principal fellow at the Higher Education Academy in the UK and an affiliated researcher and former faculty member at the University of Ottawa and Carleton University in Canada. Dr. Abu Najjar taught at the State University of New York and Misr International University in Cairo, and was awarded Fulbright International Scholar Award twice in 2006 and 2009. She has experience in accreditation and quality assurance in education. And finally, when it comes to research interests, actually she's interested in areas of overlapping between the humanities and other fields of knowledge, such as technology. Dr. Abu Najjar also authored a series of 9 English books introducing the Middle Eastern culture to the English language readers, and translated 7 books, including The Quranic Anthropology in 2018, and The Seerah of the Prophet in 2016, and others. She has also published numerous scholarly articles, and she was a guest speaker at the World Forum of Humanities in South Korea in November 2018, and a speaker at Food for Thought, which is a TV series for diversity in education and in Netherlands in June 2018. Dr. Abu Najjar, I'd like to welcome you, okay, to our conference today. Actually, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. I just want to make sure that you can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can. I can hear you actually.
And I don't know if my camera is on or not, but it would be perfect if you can confirm that you can hear me and can see me, so I can begin my presentation.
Yes, actually, I can hear you and I can see you as well.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Now, I would like to begin by thanking the committee of the conference for inviting me today, and our colleagues, dear colleagues, whom I wish we could have met face to face, but alhamdulillah, with the advent of the internet, we are able to at least meet virtually and to exchange information and knowledge, and we are able today to see each other at least virtually. My presentation title today is Bridging the Academy Industry Divide, Lessons Learned from COVID-19. Are we prepared for the future? Actually, there is a little bit of a story behind the title. I was working on this project before COVID-19. I started working on that before COVID-19. And because I am the director of the Translation and Authoring Center at the university, every day I see our graduates, and I see other graduates as well from other universities working as translators, and I'm in direct contact with the industry, if we can say that, with the needs of the market and everything. And I can feel, as a professor of translation now, the gap that is there and is there for so long between what we teach at the university, what the researchers and the esteemed professors and researchers and the hard workers are doing in the field of the academic area, and what the students are learning, and actually when they graduate and go to the marketplace, what they need. And I have been in the council for the market studies for translation for so long now, to the point that I've started thinking about this project. What are we doing? What we really need to change in our programs, in our training, in order to accommodate the changes in the field? I don't know if I can go to my presentation. I don't think that I have control over the arrows here, and I don't know who's helping me. Yes, we can go next slide, please. Yes, so this is the as if the academy is going into one direction and the industry is going into the other. Actually, this gap has increased and was deepened by the pandemic, like COVID-19, because we can see that not everybody was able to work from home, not everybody was able to use certain, if we can say, gadgets or techniques efficiently in order to be able to produce the kind of translation that is needed, especially in terms of interpretation. If we're speaking about interpretation, and if we are speaking about accommodating the changing platform and the changing domain in the translation industry. If you can go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Dr. Hadir.
Yes.
Dr. Hadir.
Yes, you can't hear me?
Sorry for interruption, but you have control right now, so you can go through your presentation. Okay.
No, I don't. Oh, it suddenly came.
Can't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, we
yes.
can't hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Sorry. Yes, I can hear you right now.
Okay. So what are the tools needed now more than ever before in translators training? Are we facing the threat of extension? This is a question I'm hearing continuously from my students. What have we learned from the COVID-19 lesson? What are the implications of the pandemic on the industry? How can we as educators adapt our pedagogy to those implications? These are the questions that I was trying, or I had in mind when I started working on the project. The main concern is that the study introduces translators training. Oops, it just jumps. I'm sorry, I have to go back. There is like a sort of a lapse of time. I'm not really controlling the slides. They jump.
Sorry, you've been given.
Yes. So the main concern of the study is the translators training implications to account for rapid changes. This study proposes a set of suggested actions to overcome challenges of quality on the personal and the institutional levels. The study aims at answering the following questions. How can a practitioner benefit from academic research in translation studies? 2, what is the criteria of quality translation and how can it be used on the personal and small-scale institutional levels? What are the main concerns from the industry that need to be addressed by curriculum and academic research? Can we move to the next slide, please? It doesn't seem to be working here. The objective of this presentation is to bridge the gap between most recent academic research and real life practices. With regard to translation quality assessment, it compares between 2 approaches of translation process, mainly the top to bottom and the bottom up models, in order to fill in the quality gaps between clients and professional translators. It brings into focus long-deserved attention to the effect of factors like vocabulary management, specific field research, empty text editing, and input tools on the enhancement of the translator's functionality. Next slide, please. The approach is with no limitations to certain language pairs. The current study explores recent changes affecting translators' professional development and their relation to the most up-to-date research on translation quality. The existing body of research is still lagging behind in terms of related issues to quality in the industry, like digital tools, time, workflow, product assessment, customer satisfaction, and other elements that may have remarkable impact on professional productivity. It is clearly obvious to both academics and professionals alike that there is a huge gulf between theory and practice with regards to assessment of translation quality. And I can also resonate to what Dr. Mustafa Tayyibi had mentioned earlier. As I teach translation of official documents myself, I can see that when my students graduate, when they come back and discuss with us, they would say that one of the practices that really helped them is to show them different documents that were translated from different regions or different countries, which seem to be very helpful, especially in terms of the translation of official documents. Can we move to the next slide, please? I'm sorry to bother you, Dr. Ubaida, but it seems like I have no control over here. The academic Andrew Chessman and professional translator Emma Wagner are in agreement to one point, which is there can be few professions with such a yawning gap between theory and practice. If you can see here in the photo, we work fine on our own. We can teach our students to translate maybe, and all the techniques and the benefits that we are teaching our students. But how about communicating with other world? How about what are the market needs? How about how to respond to customers? How to, especially for those who will be working as freelancers. These are issues that really need to be incorporated in our programs and incorporated in our training and in professional training as well. They both identify that translation quality as a specific area of disparity between ivory tower and the real world. So here, yes, I think, can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me?
Yes, doctor, yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, we can hear you, Doctora. And so, I'm sorry, just wanted to tell you that you were given control, actually, but sometimes it takes time for the computer to respond. So just bear with it.
I will try again.
Yes, thank you.
I'm trying to move it now. And yes. One of the things that really will affect the quality control of translation is to teach it is adaptability. Therefore, it is usually a recommended practice to pair the two in preparing training programs, which means both the practice and the theory, especially with the rapid rhythm of change in today's world. Translation industry has changed tremendously during the last couple of years. And I may add here, as I told you that I've started this, working on this project before COVID. Can you still see me and hear me?
Yes, Dr. Please.
Okay. It clearly demonstrated that those who were properly prepared are more capable to accommodate to major changes in the profession and are adapting more efficiently to unexpected situations. So adaptability is one of the things that we really need to help our students to do or to accommodate to. I'm trying to move my arrows here. Yes. One of the books that at its time was predicting the future and actually was speaking about how education can help in teaching students to be future literate is Transforming the Future by Ryle Miller, in which he emphasized that anticipating the future is one of the most important qualities that should be included in today's education, which brings to the surface the need to change training programs to allow learners to be more future-oriented. If we apply this in translation studies today or in translation programs today, we have to be more aware and help our students to be more aware of the changes that the future may bring in the field. I'm trying to move the slides, yes. And according to the UNESCO, the definition of becoming future literate, it is the skill that allows people to better understand the role that the future plays in what they see and do. As a result, humans are able to learn and to imagine the future for different reasons and in different ways. In other words, if we are putting the program today, for example, if you are planning a program or setting up a program for translation training today, it should not be only appropriate for today's needs. We have to have some sort of anticipation to what the future market or the future needs in the market may be, so we can somehow prepare our students and put some change pedagogies and some curriculum to help in such to help the students in such adaptation. I'm trying to go as fast as possible, but yes. And to become a future literate, thereby becoming more future literate means how can we prepare translation students to be more future literate about their profession is the core interest of such investigation. The implicit and explicit knowledge, it means that we need to deepen the knowledge and training in both the explicit knowledge and the tacit knowledge of the students. For example, data information, documents, records, and files, all this is just the small amount of skills and information needed, but there are more skills and knowledge that is needed for the translator, such as experience, training, thinking, competence, commitment. All these are skills and qualities that are needed for translators, more than just being proficient in both languages, which can help them to have higher adaptability in the future and to be easily can be easily adapting and easily efficient in the market. The way I see what happened during the last few months to all of us within COVID-19, it's like a time machine, using now the theme of the conference, which is space and time of the translation in space and time. Actually, it sped up many of the programs, many of the initiatives, many of the digitization that we were talking about for more than 2 decades, that were needed in the profession, that were needed in the industry as translators. And we have been all through this, and all of a sudden it has to happen automatically. For instance, with education, there has been discussions about the online courses, online education, and online programs for translation studies or other subjects as well for so long. But what happened during the last few months, that we all have transformed our courses and our teaching maybe within 24 hours or within few days to be able to communicate with our students and to be able to conduct our courses virtually. So this was, to me, as a kind of a time machine that sped up the process of digitization and the sped up the expectation of the future. If we have spoken about this maybe 2 weeks before the spread of the pandemic and the transformation of virtual learning, we would have said that we are not ready yet. We have to take our time. We would have said that there still be a lot of preparation for that. But what happened is, the matter of fact is, we changed that within few days or few weeks at the most. So this just to prove that with such maybe ability to predict the future and to be able to think ahead, maybe this helped many who are in the field to adapt to such change.
Sorry, Victoria, you have 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, but I'm really having difficulty flipping my presentation.
Yeah,
yes,
we'll try to do our best.
I'm trying. I feel like there are gaps in what I'm saying because I can't say all what I want to say, and I can't even present my research properly.
No, it's okay. It's going smoothly.
Excuse me?
Everything is going smoothly, so.
Thank you. Thank you. So the expectation into reality, or the challenges into opportunities, or acceleration, these are the quality that are needed now to teach our students to be more future oriented. We need to speak about, yes, what happened in the field, but still we need to prepare them ahead. So these are some of the qualities that been specified or identified as the qualities that are needed for students to be future literate. Yeah, I think it skipped like 2 or 3 slides, but let me go back to this slide. These are based on the statistics, or based on the questionnaire that was distributed and recollected from colleagues who are working in the training field. These are some of the qualities that are needed for not only translation education, but other fields as well, in order for the programs to be smart and to be able to help students to be future illiterate. Some of these qualities are collaborative. They have to possess collaborative attitude with and collaborative spirit with colleagues, to be guided by science, and to be able to work in a variety of settings, to be technology driven. The education has to be technology driven, which means depending on education, on technology. Also, it has to be personalized, which means that it has to differ from one person to another. There is no room now for one size fits all. This has to change a little bit, and it has to be asynchronous, which means that our preparation for the future translators It should be helping them to adapt to the changes in the market and teach them some market skills as well. And this is what I'm trying to do, to incorporate some business courses into translation studies, since many of our graduates actually work as freelancers and on their own. We really need to teach some. I'm trying to move to the conclusion, but that's okay. The last two slides are yes. Also, we need to set some quality measures and to help our students to abide by some quality measures and how to test the product, and to how to incorporate some quality courses also and some quality measures in translation programs. Additional and complementary training in the courses should be given to digitization and how to acquire additional skills like bilingual editing, writing bilingual content, post-MT translation, and also freelancing. I hope I wasn't so fast, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thanks for this inspiring presentation. And yes, we do believe that the points you have raised right here, the issues you have raised, are very important, and we need to elaborate on that. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Now, dear guests, actually, we move to the next presentation given by Dr. Adnan Azzouz, who's an associate professor in linguistics, and he's the Dean of Faculty of Literature and Head of English Department at Qasiouni University of Science and Technology in Syria. Dr. Azzouz has a PhD degree in linguistics or linguistic studies of English language and literature, and his PhD was obtained from University of Aleppo in 2013. His dissertation is entitled Syntactic, Lexical, and Phonetic Interference from Arabic into English for Syrian University Students. Yes, and he has published numerous articles discussing various issues in linguistics. And as for his professional experience, Dr. Azzouz has been working as a full-time lecturer at the University of Qasiouni of Science and Technology since 2013. And he has been the head and the Dean of the Faculty of Literature at Qasiouni University since 2017. And between 2005 and 2019, Dr. Azzouz participated as a professional simultaneous interpreter in ILO conferences and trade union conferences. Okay, and in 2007, Dr. Azzouz was accredited by the Ministry of Justice in Syria to work as a professional interpreter. So I'd like to welcome you, Dr. Azzouz, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But please, I'm sorry, I just need to add something actually. As for controlling your slides, you have been invited to accept to control your slides, so please accept that.
Just I need to look. Actually, okay, I can. So I can press. They say you cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing. So I don't know.
Yeah. We can hear you. Everything's okay. We can see you.
So if you like, I can just ask you, if you don't mind, to move my slides one by one, if you like.
Dr. Adnan, you don't have to share your screen. You just accept to control, okay, your slides. You don't have to share your screen.
Okay, perfect, good. So shall I start now?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to participate in this important conference on translation. Actually, of course, I hope that I could share you in person, but you know, because of the COVID-19, it's not possible. I hope that next time we could face each other face by face. The title of my study is Integration of Alternative Simultaneous Interpretation Teaching Methods for English Language Students During the Time of COVID-19 at Qasim University, Damascus, Syria. Would you please move a little bit to the next slide?
Can you, Doctor, try to control it yourself? Or?
No, they say you cannot start screen share.
Because you have been given the permission to control it, but you need to accept.
I don't have any alert
like
for this.
An accept button or something like that, actually.
No, there's nothing here, unfortunately.
Okay, we try to help you with this.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay. So first, utilizing technical and distance components in delivering simultaneous interpretation services is widely known. The recent development in higher education during and post COVID-19 suggests that distance pedagogical components in teaching and training students on translation programs are invigorating. There are various websites and programs that provide the service of web video conferencing. The main property of these websites and programs is that they are easily installed by students. In the educational field, such programs raise the awareness of students about their central role in the educational process, since it allows them to frame their access of the knowledge to meet their academic needs. As Dr. Hadir has already mentioned, because of the COVID-19, we start to move a little bit into a new word, a word in which students have to have their own responsibilities to stimulate themselves for better educational framework. In the translation field, in the simultaneous interpretation, which usually requires laboratories in order to have this access, this is now not possible because of the COVID-19. In my research, I try to implement the Zoom program as a platform in order to interact with my students and raise and start to substitute the physical environment of the now I receive a message, so you can control, just press and hover the mouse. I have the mouse, but I don't know if I can. Just let me try, please. Sorry. They say you cannot start, unfortunately.
Okay, Doctor, we can help you with this, actually. We can move
Thank you.
The slides right from our end. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yes, the current research attempts to study English language students' performance at Qasim University in Syria in the field of simultaneous interpretation at the time of COVID-19 lockdown. The research utilizes video conferencing platforms Zoom, WhatsApp, and YouTube to substitute the physical presence of teachers and students at the language labs. The other slide, please. Yes. Now about the research question. Number one, what is the relative effect of utilizing modern web video conferencing programs in teaching simultaneous interpretation at the time of COVID-19 lockdown? And the second question, what are students' academic perspectives regarding the integration of modern web video conferencing programs in improving their simultaneous interpretation overall skills? So these are the questions that we try to answer in this research. The following slide, please. Of course, in my study, now I'm not going to go a little too much in the theoretical approach. I need to go to the practical one. So if you like, we can move on a little bit to the research itself in order to save time. So the following slide, please. Okay, the following one. Of course, here we have an idea about Zoom program. I guess that you all are familiar with it since now we are using it already. Okay, the following one. Because this is the platform. Yes, the following slide. Thank you. Of course, the Zoom program provides the utility of simultaneous interpretation, and this is usually conducted by the UN different departments. So I try to utilize this in the integration of this program with my students. The following one, please. Yes, this study takes place at the English department at Kassim University. Students are 22 years old native speakers of Arabic who have spent around 15 years learning English since their childhood at elementary schools. So these are the students. They are fourth year students. They are graduate, almost graduate students. And this course, which is simultaneous interpretation, is the last course that they go through. The following slide, please. Yes. Okay. So we have 15 students. Yes. The following slide, please. Yes. Now about the process that I have followed with them. Number one, I exchanged my WhatsApp mobile phone with the students, so we can interact during the week, and I send them assignments. Other than the Zoom, which is the direct one, I can send them via WhatsApp. Yes, the other slide, please. Okay, yes. So the first session in which we have introductory session via Zoom program, in which I have outlined my teaching methodology. I told my students that all lectures are video recorded, so they can get back and have benefit of the lecture at their free time in order to integrate themselves more in their teaching environment. Yes. The following slide, please. Second, the researcher appointed a meeting every week that lasted 2 hours. At the beginning, I sent them written text and I asked them to make for it oral translation. Then in the following sessions, I asked them to follow the repetition of songs strategy, in which they repeat the songs as they listen to it in order to enhance their hearing capacities and the prediction of the beginning and end of words, which of course the main necessity for the simultaneous interpretation. Then we moved into, I presented for them videos in order to translate it in a consecutive method. So they watch the movie, the video, sorry, I pause, they translate, then I continue playing the video. So it's not simultaneous, it is consecutive. Yes, please. Then we went into YouTube simultaneous interpretation. I asked them to, we start to have the YouTube particular videos that I have selected, and I asked them to translate this at the same time. So now we move into the simultaneous interpretation process. The final one is the direct simultaneous interpretation via Zoom platform. So directly they watch something and they translate it automatically. Of course, they put their headphones in order to have a clear voice, not with any kind of noise around. After finishing the course, at the end of the course, I asked them, we have the test. The test was an English TV interview of US President Donald Trump about the US election campaign. They were asked to simultaneously interpret this. The second one was Arabic presentation by the Dr. Talal Abu Ghazali about the analysis of the current economic situation in the world after COVID-19 impact on the global economy. So these were the tests they were asked to show their competence in. Yes, please. Yes, there were 3 referees who were asked to judge the capacity of students, and they had a questionnaire in which we have 3 categories. Of course, now I'm going to go through them. Yes, the following one, please. Yes, so here we have this reference test judgments questionnaire. We have 3 categories. The first one is content-related criteria, in which we have subcategories like sense, consistency with original, logical cohesion, and completeness. The second category was form-related criteria as correct terminology, correct grammar, appropriate style. Number 3, we have delivery-related criteria like fluency of delivery, lively intonation, pleasant voice, synchronicity, and native accent. Sorry, yes. After, of course, the end of this test, I distributed to my students experience and attitude questionnaire. Would you please just apply it? Yes. So here I asked them what is their impression after having this teaching methodology. So for instance, I have many questions. I'm not going to go through all of them, just to give you an idea. Using web applications teaching methods of simultaneous interpretation increases my productivity in test assignment. This is number 1. Number 2, using web applications make it easier to do my simultaneous interpretation assignment. Number 3, using web applications improves my simultaneous interpretation learning. And also using my web application helps me to get immediate feedback from my instructor, which is essential in the teaching via Zoom program or WhatsApp. So the students have direct access with the teacher, so they can get direct feedback whenever they commit any error or mistake. The following slide, please. Now, okay, so now when we ask what is the effect of this, the first question, the following slide, please. Yes, here we have of course, this is according to the referee's judgment test. We find that we have improvements in the students' sense consistency with the original. I'm not going to go into numbers. You have already them, so in order to save your time. Okay, the following one, please. And in the logical cohesion, we find also we have a good number, almost 40% of students, they could achieve this logical cohesion. The following slide, please. Okay, in the correct terminology, it was much better. We have students like 67% who could achieve this in the good and excellent grade. The following one, please.
Cut off the way.
Yes, of course, in the correct grammar. Sorry. Yes, we can move on if you like.
You still have 7 minutes, Doctor.
Oh, okay, good. Now, okay. So, analysis of delivery related criteria. Here, fluency of delivery. Of course, we have that okay, we have the good like 40%. We have fair like 46, and we have 2 in the poor category. The following slide, please. Of course, I didn't show all the slides, of course, or the data results that I have, but of course, for the time of the conference, I focused on these 3. Most of the students could obtain the good scores according to their referee's personal judgment. This is their overall perspective. Now, about what are students' academic perspectives regarding the integration? What is their impression? Yes, please. Yes. Of course, here we find that all students agree that this methodology increased their productivity in test assignment. Using the web application improves my simultaneous interpretation learning. We find that most of students agreed on this. Using web helped me to get immediate feedback from my instructor. We find that 11 out of 14 agreed on this. Yes, the results indicate the scope and potential of distance pedagogical components in translation programs. They indicate that the use of these alternative methods could substitute English language labs, especially at the time of insufficient resources or distant learning environment. Of course, I'm not saying that this is going to be the norm, but according to our present situation, this could substitute to some extent the absence of language laboratories around. The following one, please. Yes. Also, the research manifested that the use of such web programs increased the participants' levels of motivation for simultaneous interpretation learning. So they start to think that they are part of the process itself. They are not just watching, they are integrating, they are going into websites, they are improving their capacity and interaction with these programs. The study found out the greatest development of students in the overall simultaneous interpretation output. Students claimed that they endeavored to crystallize their output by attempting to record themselves more than once in order to send their best performance. And this, by this, of course, I mean throughout the WhatsApp technology. Yes. They sent it to each other, which helped their peers to discover the oral errors and notify them about them. So they sent the best version to their instructor, because this is at the beginning of the process. Interpretation of results. This, first, Zoom, YouTube, and WhatsApp technology provide a safe, secure, and non-threatening environment that could motivate and enhance self-development with the proper guidance of instructor in the simultaneous interpretation progress. Secondly, Zoom platform provide the simultaneous interpretation facility, which could enhance students' self-assessment and peer monitoring in their simultaneous interpretation progress. So they can follow up at the beginning what their language level or simultaneous interpretation level, and at the end, so they can monitor and they can follow up their improvements. Thirdly, Zoom and WhatsApp technology provides various utilities that users could easily utilize, since learners can easily measure their improvements. We have already mentioned this, okay? Fourthly, students do not have the social and learning burdens that hinder them from moving forward in the learning continuum, since they exchange their recordings, statements, mistakes, and personal problems with their instructor in a non-threatening student-teacher environment. As you know, sometimes in the class room, some students feel afraid or ashamed if they commit mistakes. But here in this environment, it's all safe. They don't have this social pressure, as we can say. Okay, recommendations and suggestions. Carrying out similar studies at various levels of language, translation, and other branches of knowledge and specialties. This is very important. Teachers' encouragement to implement such teaching methods. Number three, a comparison between traditional and distance teaching of simultaneous interpretation. We should carry out such a study to find the differences between the output of both categories. More studies about students' feedback on the integration of such technologies in their learning process. Okay, and thank you very much for your listening. Thank you. And sorry for making this trouble for you in order to control my slides.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for giving us this excellent and inspiring, actually, presentation.
Thank you very much.
Discussing this very important topic. Thank you very much. Now we allow, let's say, time for questions. So we have, let's say, a question for Dr. Hadir. Okay, so we have Imam Al-Tiri saying, thanks, Prof. Hadir, for the very interesting and timely talk. And absolutely, freelance translation business is always a one woman or man business, and the freelance translator has to do by themselves all the marketing, sales, negotiation, mastering most of the new evolving technology beside at the same time translating. So my question is, what do you think? This question is addressed to Dr. Hadir. So my question is, what do you think about interdisciplinary translators training in business, as you said, but also in computer science to help the students to acquire the skills that help them to be more future-oriented?
Thank you so much for the question. Actually, what you were saying is a direction now that we are having at the translation department at Prince Sultan University, is that we are studying and actually already proposed, and we are still waiting for the final approval from the higher management of the university, to have for the translation students a minor in business and a minor in computer science. For that particular purpose, for the purpose that we need our translators to be efficient in the market. So besides translation training, they will need some courses. Of course, they are not going to be experts in business nor expert in computer science, but we are going to give them some sort of training to help them manage their business in terms of as you said, marketing, or in terms of other skills that are needed in the market. So this suggestion is already in action, and we are just waiting. It's a matter of time. We are hoping that by next year, hopefully we can have this minor for our students.
Thank you very much. We have Dr. Rafat Al-Wazna. He has a question as well. Yes, Dr. Rafat, go ahead, please.
Yes, well, first of all, actually, let me thank the speakers for their fascinating speech. And let me, totally agree with Dr. Hadir regarding the importance of, providing our students with the knowledge and skills needed for the market. And we've just established and designed a program, an MA program in King Abdulaziz University, Department of European Language and Literature, to which I belong, MA in translation and interpreting. And what we actually did is we tried to conduct what we call needs analysis for the market, to know exactly what the market needs in terms of the courses that we need actually to provide our students with, in terms even with the content that needs to be included within the courses that will be taught to our students. So I think, doing something like needs analysis or trying to monitor the market closely is quite a very good element in terms of ensuring, giving students or offering students the courses that will be useful for them when they actually go out for the market. Thank you very much.
Yeah. If I may respond to Dr. Al-Wazna, you are totally correct. And we already did that on the program level. We did the need analysis for both minors. But for my particular research paper, this particular research, I conducted a survey and I collected the information from both colleagues who are working as freelancers in the field, what are the skills that are really needed to be incorporated in our courses, and also from our alumni and from the students themselves, because we have to graduate, they have to spend 7 months as co-op, as trainees in different places. So we get the feedback that some sort of skills that was lacking or was incorporated in the courses, but with not officially given as separate courses. So this particular point was one of the core elements that I incorporated in my research. My research is still ongoing. It's not done yet. So I'm hoping that I will reach some results to be beneficial and helpful to colleagues who can incorporate certain skills or teach certain skills within their translation courses. I know it's a lot. because we already trying to juggle language, we are trying to juggle other skills as well that are specifically needed for translators. And now we are proposing inclusion of other areas of studies and with other skills as well. But we will try to do our best, because to have graduates who are unable or are not capable enough to function efficiently in the market is not the target of any translation program at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you. Dr. Ahmed, would you like to say anything? Sorry.
I just wanted to thank Dr. Azouz for his presentation about simultaneous interpreting. And I would like to ask him, I mean, I know that you have used the some of the quality assessment used in interpreting, simultaneous interpreting. But I was wondering what kind of conditions did the actual students have before? Did you actually give them the video to be aware what's the context and what the topic was about, or was it just given to them? Of course, it is an advantage, as you just said, to have the students participating online, because they will be more confident, they are less pressured, that's true. Maybe intimidating to start with, but they will get used to it better. But I was wondering, because usually with simultaneous, you need to prepare 3-4 days beforehand in terms of the topic before you just jump into the conference and start interpreting. I think.
Yes. May I respond? Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for your compliment words. Thank you very much. About the test, during the course, they were asked to do simultaneous interpretation at various areas like politics, economics, animals, like National Geographic and other things. So the intended video itself was not the one that they had or that they knew. They had something similar about, for instance, politics in general. They, for instance, follow up interviews or speeches, open speeches by various, for instance, leaders in the world. But the exact video that they were asked to interpret, they don't know it. They just go for it at the time of the exam itself.
But would they know the topic? That's what I'm saying. Because you see,
yes, yeah, during,
in the UN,
yes,
in
yes,
the UN, usually in the UN, they know the
yes.
topic is about, let's say, Africa. It's about, let's say, something to do with the environment.
Yes.
A conference is going to happen, whatever. So they know the topic. They know the speakers.
Yes,
but they don't know the actual words.
Yes,
yes.
The general topic they know about. But they don't know the exact video that they are going to make an interpretation about.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Azouz. Thank you, Dr. Hadir, for being with us today. I think right now we need to move to the third session. So I give Sumaya the floor. So Sumaya, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Now we will start with our third panel discussion of the day, titled as Translation and Linguistics. This session will be moderated by Dr. Kathleen Gould, faculty at IFIT College of Humanities, English and Translation Department. Dr. Kathleen Gould, please.
Yeah. شو كيف؟
We'll start in a couple of minutes, everyone. Everyone can hear me and see me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good. I'm going to introduce each speaker in turn. We have 3 altogether in this session. So we're beginning with Professor Awazna, who works as a Professor of Translation Studies, TESOL and Legal Translation here in Jeddah at King Abdulaziz University. He has published a number of research papers in book chapters, the latest of which is entitled The Differences in Consonantal Pronunciation Between Formal English and Saudi Hijazi English, and Their Implications for Oral Interlingual Translation. This is published in the Journal of Psycholinguistic Research, by the way, and it was this year. Professor Awazna currently serves as an associate editor of the International Journal for the Semiotics of Law, and he's also guest editor for a special issue of the aforementioned journal entitled Islamic Law, Its Sources, Interpretation, Economics, Finance, and the Translation Between It and Laws Written in English. That was published in 2016. Professor Awazna has participated in a number of international conferences and is a founding member of both the Center of Translation and Arabicization and of the Saudi Arabian Translators Association. He serves as a referee for the Prince Khalid Institution for Moderation, and he has examined 24 MA and PhD theses. If you're with us now, Professor Awazna, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me and can you see me?
I can, just a moment, let's see. I can hear you certainly, yes.
Yeah, can you see
Yeah,
me?
we can see you, yes.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, we can see
well,
you now, yes.
Right, okay. Well, first of all, I would like actually to thank IFAT University for organizing this wonderful virtual conference. And of course, this is not surprising because I've been a permanent speaker for the last 4 international conferences held by IFAT University. So IFAT University is known with its lovely organizations for different international conferences. My paper is entitled Syntactic and Semantic Changes Associated with the Use of Modulation in English-Arabic Translation. And in fact, this presentation is part of a longer research project that I've just actually finished and sent for publication. In translating, translators establish links between specific manifestations of two different linguistic systems, linguistic and cultural systems, one of which has already been given whilst the other is subject to change. During translation process, translators need to specify the type of the target audience, determine translation units, examine the source text, reproduce the situation that gives rise to the intended message, and evaluate stylistic effects. According to Vinay and Darbinet, 1995, translation methods can be divided into direct translation and oblique translation. Within the last category falls modulation. Modulation can be simply defined as the variation of the message mode achieved through a change in the point of view. There are fixed or obligatory modulations and free or optional modulations. The former is used in language dictionaries, grammar books. It should have an overall acceptance and use rate, whilst the latter serves as a solution for producing a target text that runs in line with the source text situation. Optional modulation will only be obligatory if recognized by the target language dictionaries and grammar books, even if it is employed sufficiently. There are 10 types of modulations proposed by Vinay and Darbinet, 1995. These are abstract for concrete, explicative modulation, the part for the whole, one part for another, reversal of terms, negation of the opposite, active to passive and vice versa, space for time, exchange of intervals for limits in time and space, and lastly, change of symbol. I hope that the handout is displayed so that you can follow me.
Yes, we can see it now. Thank you.
Right. The first type of modulation is abstract for concrete. Abstract means disassociated from any specific instance or entity, whilst concrete refers to the notion of naming a real thing or a class of things. An example of this type of modulation is the translation of the English source text, "Reading is useful," into Arabic as "Al-kutubu mufidatun," literally, "the books are useful." The second type of modulation is known as explicative modulation. Explicative means serving to explicate, specifically to explain logically what is in the subject. As Vinay and Darbinet indicate, this type of modulation involves different forms, such as the means for the result, cause for the effect, and the substance for the object. It is commonly employed across languages, and it seeks to explicate, explain, and analyze the content of the source text. It also aims at supposing a particular analysis of the current situation and making judgment based thereon. An example of this type of modulation is the translation of the English source text, "You are quite a stranger," into Arabic as "طال غيابك," literally, "your absence prolonged." The third type of modulation is known as the part for the whole. It involves a translation of the source text, which is characterized by a specific feature, into a target text that possesses this feature as part of its features. It is utilized to clarify the content of the source text to the target reader who might not be aware of the specific feature that typifies the intended element. So the translator, using the part for the whole modulation, renders this specific feature into the element that typifies this feature in order to get through to the target reader. An example of this type of modulation is the translation of the English source text, I visited the Windy City, into Arabic as Zurtu Chicago, literally, I visited Chicago. The fourth type of modulation is known as one part for another. It means that the source language makes use of a particular element which is replaced by a target language with the use of a different element in order to convey the same message content. An example of this type of modulation is the translation of the English source text, I put my finger on the problem, into Arabic as وضعت يدي على المشكلة, literally, I put my hand on the problem. The fifth type of modulation is known as reversal of terms. It demands the use of a particular word in the source text and the use of the opposite word thereof in the target text. So this may, of course, entail a change in the style when producing a target text. For instance, if the source text makes use of informative positive sentences, including the word that will be modulated, the target text will employ negative sentences, including the reversed word. An example of this type of modulation is the translation of the English source text, your argument is not strong, into Arabic as حجتك واهية, literally, your argument is weak. The sixth type of modulation is known as the negation of the opposite. It deals with the negative form of the opposite word. It confirms the relation between the negation of the opposite word and the positiveness of the reversed word. In other words, double negation is equal to positiveness. An example of this type of modulation is the translation of the English source text. The place does not seem untidy, into Arabic as يبدو المكان مرتبا, literally, the place seems tidy. The seventh type of modulation is known as active to passive and vice versa. It deals with active and passive voice. According to language norms, Arabic generally prefers the use of active voice, whilst English favors hiding the identity of the doer and adopting the passive voice. Since the current presentation addresses the use of modulation in English-Arabic translation, the example in question will be related to the translation of the passive English construction into active Arabic structure. An example of this type of modulation is the translation of the English source text. The criminal was arrested, into Arabic as اعتقلت الشرطة المجرم, literally, the police arrested the criminal. The eighth type of modulation is known as space for time. It refers to the replacement of a particular space by what indicates time. It may point to a specific place which is substituted by what indicates the time period during which such place was visited. An example of this type of modulation is the translation of the English source text. In primary school, Sami was bashful, into Arabic as حينما كان صغيرا كان سامي خجولا, literally, when he was young, Sami was bashful. The ninth type of modulation is known as exchange of intervals for limits in time and space, although only exchange of intervals for limits in time will be addressed here due to time restriction. Vinay and Darbinet point out that in the case of exchanging intervals for limits in time, the translator needs to specify the limits in time by providing a fixed time period. In ethnological matters, this type of modulation is of paramount importance. An example of this type of modulation is the translation of the English source text, I will see you later, into Arabic as سأراك بعد أسبوع, literally, I will see you in a week. The last type of modulation proposed by Vinay and Darbinet is change of symbol. It refers to the replacement of a particular symbol by another when translating between languages as a result of the differences in symbolism, images, metaphors, and cultures amongst human languages. In their comparison between English and French, Vinay and Darbinet point out that symbolism in both English and French is primarily built on different images. They go on to claim that certain metaphors hinge upon distinguished images which are not in line with literal translation. They further add that the translator needs to adopt the modulation, which is change of symbol, in order to avoid incomprehensibility. Keeping the original metaphor would cause exoticism and making the target text alien and exotic to the target reader. An example of this type of modulation is the translation of the English source text, you are beautiful as a rose, into Arabic as أنت جميلة كالقمر, literally, you are beautiful as a moon. Right, based on the data used, it can be claimed that both obligatory as well as optional modulations are employed when rendering text from English into Arabic. Obligatory modulations have been used on 4 types. These are explicative modulation, the part for the whole, one part for another, and change of symbol. Whereas optional modulations have been utilized on 6 types. These are abstract for concrete, reversal of terms, negation of the opposite, active to passive and vice versa, space for time, and exchange of intervals for limits in time and space. From the semantic perspective, it can be argued that obligatory modulations are used when the literal meaning is not intended, as in types 2 and 3, when both English and Arabic make use of different figurative words to convey the same concept, as in type 4, and when both languages make use of different symbols to express the same notion, as in type 10. On the other hand, optional modulations are used to express stylistic effects, as in type 1 and 8, make the words in the target text collocate with one another, as in type 5, produce naturalness, as in type 6, adopt the preferred structures, as in type 7, and specify time or space, as in type 9. From the syntactic point of view, it can be argued that both the English source text and the modulated Arabic target text will to some extent have nearly the same syntactic structures whenever Arabic starts with a nominal sentence, as in types 1, 5, and 10. However, when Arabic starts with a verbal sentence, it will possess a different structure from that of the English source text. Also, the modulated Arabic target text and the literal Arabic translation will be syntactically alike whenever they start with a nominal sentence, as in types 1, 5, and 10, and whenever whenever they start with a verbal sentence, as in types 3, 4, 6, and 9, and they will be syntactically different whenever they have different constructions, as in type 2, 7, and 8. Well, thank you very much, and I will be pleased to answer any of your questions if you've got any. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Wasna, for those enlightening talk, and especially easy, practical, I think, and your timekeeping is immaculate. We'll take questions at the end after the three speakers. I'm sure I'll have some in the chat by that time. Thank you again. I will now introduce our second speaker, Dr. Ismet Mahmoud Al-Masri, who earned his PhD in text linguistics and translation from Heriot-Watt University in my homeland of Scotland. He also completed an MSc in Applied Information Technology from Napier University, again in Edinburgh, where he assessed the impact of computer-assisted language learning and second language acquisition. Dr. Al-Masri taught for several years at King Abdulaziz University here in Jeddah. He has also taught at EFAT University. He published Text Linguistics and Translation, English-Arabic Machine Translation Assessment, Structural and Thematic Coherence in the Quran, and translated Maxims of the Quran. Dr. Al-Masri, welcome once more to EFAT, and the floor is yours. Can you hear me, Dr. Al-Masri? Good.
Sorry. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you, sort of.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me for this conference. I thank all the participants and the organizers for this amazing conference. My talk is Translator as Communicator, Insight from Arabic Linguistics. As we all know as translators, translation is a very daunting task, time-consuming task, hard sometimes. This is simplified by my own work, translating Maxims of the Quran. This work was anticipated to last for 3 months. It took me about 3.5 years to finish. Some verses will take me about 2 to 3 days to finish, just going around from dictionary to exegesis books to other dictionaries to various translations. Sometimes I will consult about 15 translations in order to come to a translation which I agree with. Translator is a communicator in the sense that he is a receiver and transmitter of messages. As Hatim say, and Mason, the translator is a receiver and a producer, but he is a special category of communicator. So in order to communicate his messages properly and accurately, especially when he's getting two languages, he has to be confident and competent in his tools, specifically the languages he's working on. So translator must be competent in his or her languages to convey the meaning of the message accurately. Just look at the following example from a very popular book, Harry Potter. I would like you to share with me how the translator dealt with this text. Harry's last month with the Dursleys was not fun. This is the actual translation here. قضى هاري الشهر الأخير مع درسلي لم يكن لطيفا. Just imagine where is the mistake of the translator here. There's no big difference between the human translator and the Google translation and Bing translator. Other example is the following example, which has been translated by a Cambridge professor, in fact. But here, if you can compare the two translations, the translation of the text, the Arabic text, you can see where he went wrong. I will specifically just point to دين يرشده أو عقل يسدده أو حسب يصونه أو حياء يقنع. Look how he translated this. A religion, deen which he keeps. He let the person keep the religion, not the deen guide him. And he went on the same. A reasoning, intellect, aqil, which he directs. He let the person directs the aqil. Personal worth. I'm not talking about the lexical mistake of about here, hasab, or self-esteem, haya, which totally different in Arabic. This is tells us about the importance of how the translator has to master his languages. I will give example of two great translators. One of them is Hunayn ibn Ishaq and his son, of course, specifically when he translated the Ethics of Aristotle. Here I have to quote Abdurrahman Badawi, who the editor of the actual Arabic manuscript. He said, praising, of course, the Arabic good style of Ishaq ibn Hunayn, his son, and Hunayn himself, how they are competent in their Arabic style. But how they were competent, why they were competent. I got a very, like a gem, so to speak, from a book, طبقات الأطباء ibn Isba'iyya, that Al-Hunayn studied under Al-Khalil ibn Ahmad, some other stories says, under Sibawayh himself. And he took Kitab al-Ayn to Baghdad. Just imagine Hunayn studied by the best, the master of Arabic language at the time, Al-Khalil ibn Ahmad or Sibawayh. And I was wondering what was going into his lessons. Did he study like the whole Arabic grammar or Kitab al-Ayn itself by Al-Khalil ibn Ahmad? The other example here also is Ibrahim Abdul Qadir al-Mazini, which Al-Zarkali states about him in his Al-A'lam, the bibliographical dictionary, that Al-Mazini was a very fluent, and first he was an avid reader of both Arabic and other languages literature. Second, he was a skillful translator. And Al-Zarkali himself asked him, and Abdul Qahir, Ibrahim Abdul Qadir al-Mazari told him, I memorized Kitab al-Kamil, which will come soon to it. Just imagine Ibrahim Abdul Qadir al-Mazani memorized Kitab al-Kamil, and because of that, his Arabic language and his Arabic style is smooth and has a very sophisticated language skills. So now we move to that the studies which has been written about language learning for translators. As BB 2003 said, very little has been written about language learning for translators. I have 4 studies, but all I will concentrate in 2 studies here. Eventually, in one of his studies, how what translator training, about translation training students say. He concluded that students wanted more of language training in both languages, native language and the foreign language. Shakib Binani also in his unpublished PhD, he also concluded that there is, and concurred with Lee, that there is more need for a language training for translators. Another study which have been done in by Mubtake 2013 in Cameroon, in one of the universities in Cameroon, which in fact the American studies done in advanced interpreters and students. And he concluded that, I will quote, poor performance in students' translation are not due to their lack of training, but largely to their inadequate mastery of working language. So this is what Mubtaki concluded in his study, that lack of training in language skills produced low performance in their translation. From these studies, we can conclude that there is a dire need, in fact, for language training for translators. And this comes with the Arabic linguistics traditions in the context of this paper. In the context of this paper, I consider Arabic linguistics that incorporate all the sciences about Arabic language that emanated from the study of the Quran. So any studies in terms of grammar, morphology, is considered for me an Arabic linguistics. Oyen states that the Arabic grammatical tradition is one of the great traditions in the history of linguistics. But what concerns us in this presentation is the Adab anthology as a paradigm for teaching language skills. Adab anthologies, as Ibn Khaldun states, that there are 4 pillars of Arabic anthology, Adab anthologies. One of them is Al-Bayan wa Tabyin al-Jahil, Al-Kamil al-Mubarrad, Ibn Qutayba, Adab al-Katib, and Kitab al-Nawadir, Abi Ali al-Qali. And this is the book where Al-Mubarrad, where Ibrahim Abdul Qadir have memorized. Al-Mubarrad, Kitab al-Kamil. Ibn Khaldun state about the Adab anthology that the science has no subject, means it includes all subjects. But the benefit of it is the fruit of this science, which is acquiring the proper linguistic habit. So the aim of studying Adab or studying the Adab anthologies is to acquire the linguistics habit. Ibn Sayyid al-Batlamusi states that the purpose of Adab is, first, to acquire the skills to enable one to compose poetry and prose. The second aim is to help in the interpretation of the Quran and the Hadith. So this is basically the purpose of Adab paradigm or adab literature within the Arabic linguistics. Material of adab mostly includes poetry, prose, different text, and especially this comes from Al-Bayan al-Tabin, which is amazing that he included in his book all registers, all genre of text, in order to enable the reader or the learner to be exposed to different materials and registers and genre and different levels of text in the book. Lexicon and grammar. Especially with Kitab al-Kamil, mostly there is stories, more speeches, and grammar and morphology. The second paradigm is the craft of writing. So we have spoken about the Adab Anthology as a language learning model with the craft of writing. Mostly we'll talk about Diya al-Din ibn al-Athir al-Mathal al-Sa'ir, and then al-Qashqalandi, Subh al-A'sha, في كتابة الإنشاء, then Abu Hilal al-Askari and Ibn Qutayba. We'll concentrate only in this presentation about Diya al-Din ibn al-Athir and al-Qashqalandi. Al-Mathal al-Sa'ir. He spoke, Ibn al-Athir, about the tools of writing in 2 volumes book. Even he has other books about the craft of writing, but he emphasized on the knowledge of Arabic. All of them basically emphasized about the knowledge of Arabic in terms of the dictionaries, in terms of the frequent words and vocabulary. Tools of writing and grammar and morphology, and being able to know the frequent words and the current contemporary words of that era. Second, Arab proverbs and history, acquaintance with the previous works of writing and memorization of them, and knowledge of royal rulings. Of course, the core text, memorization of the Quran and memorization of the Hadith. Al-Qashqalandi have, in fact, in his great book, which about 10 volumes, have summarized most of the previous works before him. It's a very fascinating book, included almost an encyclopedic book. I divided his main themes into 3 fundamental segments. First, fundamental requirements, effective writing, ancillary sciences. For fundamental requirements, he considered lexicon, dictionary, and words, frequent words. Grammar is a must, rhetoric, including ilm al-bayan, ilm al-ma'ani, ilm al-badi'. Also, memorization of the Quran is a must for him. Memorization, even for him, Al-Qashqalandi added that even you need to know the qira'at and the tafsir, the exegesis of the Quran. Memorization of hadith, memorization of poetry, memorization and analysis of good speeches. So this is the fundamental requirements for a writer and hence a translator to be able to be of a great caliber. Effective writing, he says, requires many tools. Each genre of writing requires a specific set of requirements. One of them is Arabic language, as I stated before, grammar, math, astronomy, and all familiarity with almost all sciences. He added ancillary sciences, which means medicine, engineering, and other sciences, knowledge of terminology and jargon of different genres. He also added that that writer, hence in our case, the translator, has to know at least 7 languages. He mentioned Turkish, Persian, and other. It's a very tough and rigorous program. So their training program consists of core fundamental language bases, which include lexicon, grammar, text, memorization of core text, which is Quran, Hadith, poetry, previous speeches or previous texts, encyclopedic existing knowledge, which the knowledge of the
Dr. Masri, sorry to interrupt. You have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I will finish soon. Thank you very much. Encyclopedic existing knowledge, and this can be applied for current translators of, you know, economics, business, whatever knowledge available, politics. What Ibn Khaldun, and this is part of also the literature, he sums up the framework of learning and teaching a language in his book. Of course, he mostly emphasized on immersion of good speeches, memorization of good Arabic poetry or text in order to be able, and here we can separate the teaching methodology of Ibn Khaldun and his learning and his framework of learning and teaching a language. This should not be separated, because also he's talking about the quality of the teacher, the quality of the material, and how we have to give, you know, the students a small portion of text in order to be able to comprehend and understand the material. If we can, a practical implication, if we can apply this to, for example, diplomatic translation, we can provide the students with treaties, translated treaties from the United Nations, for example, documents, different document terminologies, for example, a preamble, and here comes, for example, like templates of preamble, the students can know and memorize and know. Selected text which can be analyzed and work within. Practical translation, emerging in lexicon and text in that particular field. So if we can provide our student with this and also give the student the opportunity to look for specialization from the beginning. After we provide the students with core text, with core language skills, productive skills, and receptive skills, then we can let them specialize in one of the specialty they are looking for in their future career. Conclusions. What I concluded is a very rigorous curriculum. In this interdisciplinary curriculum, it's required the student to be immersed with the best quality material. It's very ambitious and challenging to apply. I hope we can take some insight from this and put them into practical courses that we can provide our students with the best quality material and curriculum in order to provide them with, to be able to be a competent translator or interpreters. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Masri. We'll take any comments and questions after the third speaker. Thank you so much. That was very informative. Our third speaker is Dr. Kamola Alimova, who has worked at Uzbekistan State World Languages University for 15 years. Besides teaching, she works as a curriculum developer and has participated in developing the PRECEPT program, that's the Pre-Service English Teacher Training Program, by writing syllabi, assessment specifications on courses such as integrated skills, language learning, classroom teaching, and teaching different age groups. She developed a module on discourse analysis, including face-to-face and distance sessions for the EFT, that's English for Teachers program. Dr. Kamola wrote the guidebook for trainers and the course book for trainees, titled Becoming a Teacher. She also participates in the IEMEP project, that's Internationalization and Modernization of Education and Processes in Education in Uzbekistan, as a researcher, and she conducts surveys among teachers, writes materials for continuous professional development, and delivers training seminars also for teachers. Dr. Kamola Alimova is married and the mother of 3 children. Dr. Kamola Alimova, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, is my voice audible?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Very clear.
Good afternoon.
We can see you on screen. Have you got control of the presentation?
Okay, thank you. I'm very honored and pleased just to be presenting at this conference. I'm privileged just to be among the esteemed scholars and dear colleagues. And first of all, using this opportunity, I would like just to thank all the people who made this wonderful conference possible. Thank you for providing this opportunity for me just being with you. And I'm learning a lot actually, and that was pleasure. I'm really impressed by your presentations. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and experience. So before just starting my presentation, let me briefly introduce my country. So I'm from Uzbekistan. When I was in California, many people were asking this question: is it Afghanistan, or maybe is it part of Pakistan? And I was just telling, so it is actually a country which is located right in the center Union, but from 1991, it is an independent state. And probably there are some people who've never heard about Uzbekistan or who've never been to Uzbekistan. But I'm sure that you heard the name of Islamic scholar Imam al-Bukhari, the author of a collection of hadiths, al-Bukhari's Sahih. He was born in Bukhara in Uzbekistan. And Uzbekistan is a country which can offer a lot to tourists, just with its magnificent palaces and ruins of the past civilizations, and also picturesque landscapes and many other things. Sorry for making this type of commercial for my country, but I'm just simply inviting you just to visit my country. And coming back to my presentation, so I would like just to draw your attention to this photo where you can see the kind of confluence point of two big rivers, the river of Jialing and the river of Yangtze in China. I apologize if I mispronounce the names of these geographical names, as I do not speak Chinese Mandarin. So these two rivers just collide at this point, and you've noticed that the pure color of the river Jialing just is not just somehow just merging with brownish yellow waters of the river Yangtze. And I would like just to use this analogy just to compare it to the process of interpreting kind of from just one language to another, where we can see the confluence of two languages. And in that regard, although we're trying just to collide these two languages, still each language preserves its particular features. And I was inspired by the work of Ishihara and Cohen on pragmatics, who just truly just compared just pragmatics to the confluence of language and culture. And I decided just to quote their work by just using this analogy. For me, pragmatics seems as a confluence of language and culture. Unfortunately, this is rather neglected area in language teaching and in preparing future translators and interpreters. Why there is a necessity to teach pragmatics? First of all, there is a need. We just pay much attention on teaching linguistic aspects of the language, but unfortunately, pragmatics seems to be the area which is rather neglected. My own definition for pragmatics is kind of, this is language in use, how language is used in particular social context. And according to Stelnaker, pragmatics is defined as kind of a study of linguistic acts and the context in which they are performed. And in this regard, it seems that pragmatic failures are more serious than grammar mistakes. I don't think that it is a sin, for example, person just misuses prepositions or just omits the article or confuses the verb tenses, but pragmatic failures may just lead to rather serious and even at times some kind of dangerous kind of consequences. It may end up with misunderstanding or confusion among the people. Probably you all know about that tragic incident which just happened with a Japanese exchange student who was in the United States and who was shot by an American who just, he just simply confused the houses, and he wanted just to attend Halloween party, and only for the reason he just didn't know the meaning of the word freeze. He just didn't just stop, and he continued moving, and he approached to his house, and simply he was shot. That shows that we should take our students beyond the textbook English, and we need just to expose them to real use of language. It means just developing their just pragmatic competence along with other just competencies. And simply learners cannot learn pragmatics on their own. It is easier just to learn grammar, just taking grammar reference book, just revising grammar rules and doing some grammar exercises. But in the case of pragmatics, it seems rather complicated. And the reason for that, there isn't kind of a recipe, there isn't kind of a generic way, and there isn't single best way to teach pragmatics. And within these time constraints, I'm going just to be as short as possible, and I'm going just to cover just two types of this type of activities that might be useful for teachers, for the trainers of translators and interpreters, just making use of awareness raising activities. As Schmidt noted in his works, language acquisition just starts actually from noticing. And through noticing, through exposing our learners to the authentic use of language, we usually ask them just to pay attention to linguistic forms. And along with these linguistic forms, it would be nice if we just draw their attention to socio-pragmatic issues as well. And in this regard, a number of awareness-raising activities might be really helpful. So, and one particular type might be data collection and analysis activity, in which learners are required just to gather authentic materials that might be a collection of stories or just simply movies, different types of audio and video materials. And then they can analyze the samples of language, paying attention to the way how just speakers just vary their just language patterns based on the social status, social distance, and the level of intensity. Unfortunately, my video is missing here, but the link is presented here. Actually, this is available on YouTube. It's kind of a collection of just, let's say, compliments which are made in Hollywood films that might be something interesting for our students. And they can analyze how compliments are just made in American English. Compliments actually exist in every single culture in many languages, but people just make and they respond to compliments differently. Like in my country, it is not okay when male speaker compliments to the female speaker. That might be considered even as a sign of insult, but still, even within the same country, reaction to the compliments might be different because the influence of Russian culture is still noticeable in Uzbekistan. And there are some, in some families actually, so in Russian style families, very often it seems something okay and something normal. And also just moving to the next type of activities, these are discourse completion tasks. And actually here, learners can just pay particular attention to the importance of social status, distance, and intensity. And in the sample of this type of task, I would like just to present one example. It is kind of a situation which is offered to learners, and they need just to create a dialogue based on this given example. And example situations can be different as well. And just while just working on this discourse completion task, learners should pay attention to the social status, social distance between the speakers, and the level of intensity, of course. And then I would like just, as I told you earlier, I wanted just to be really very brief as I've got my class as well. So, and I apologize for that. And I would like just to conclude my presentation with a quote by American philosopher and poet Suzuki Sam, who just mentioned, we cannot control the way people interpret our ideas or thoughts, but we can control the words and tones we choose to convey them. And I would add to this quote, and this can be achieved through teaching pragmatics. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Kamol. That was very informative, very interesting. Thank you so much for putting that together for us. We'll now take any questions and comments. There was a question and a comment from Professor Ghazala to Professor Arwazna. If you can go ahead now.
Thank you. May I? Assalamu alaikum. Hello.
Yes.
Right. Dr. Rafat, hello, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, very glad to meet you. Look, first of all, the first point is the paper is really informative. And it is informative, especially for translators. And my simple word of advice to translators, please educate yourselves in translation theory, the basics of translation theory, including translation procedures, translation methods, etc. As you see, we have a very good example provided by Professor Rafat about how useful, how important to know about translation procedure. Just one paper, a very good paper, modulation. Many translators do not know what modulation is. They may apply it, but they don't know. Why don't we know as translators to apply procedure, to know what we are doing? You know, the general public knows very well how to eat, everybody eats, but they don't know maybe how the process of digestion. But and if we are a specialist, we have to know about this. So the type of modulation are possibilities. You see the Professor Rafat, we
You're both breaking up in the sound.
Yes, actually, I can't, hear Professor Hassan.
Yes.
But I might have actually understood what he was trying to say.
Okay.
Well, yeah, thanks him first for his
be
compliment.
careful at using them. So passive is not exactly. Just let me finish, please. Let me finish, please.
Yes, of course, Professor.
Doctor,
It's just that
please,
your sound
no,
cut out. Sorry.
Yeah, don't talk always about. Don't terrorize us by time. 2-3 minutes. It's all right. Sorry.
Yes, of course.
So at least I have to clear my point.
Yes, but just your sound cut out, so we didn't hear you, Professor.
No, I still have.
Please go ahead.
One more point, please, Doctor. So let me see. So this time could have been spent on saying something. So active and passive are not the same. It is left to the translator discretion to distinguish between them. Active has many stylistic functions, and passive has more stylistic functions than actives. They are not used, as well. Passive, in one of my articles, my books, and 13 stylistic functions for active. So we have to be careful. These are possibilities, and we have to know how to use them and when. The last point is about economy and synecdoche. Yes, al-majaz al-mursal wal-kinaya, they are very close. And sometimes, for our students, we call one part for the whole, the whole for the part as metonymy, but your classification is yes, Dr. Rafat.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you very much for your compliment, Professor Ghazala. Unfortunately, I have only heard some of your comments, your valuable comments. The sound was, a bit broken, unfortunately. But anyway, I think I've got some of your points. I think you did recommend that this paper needs to be translated into Arabic. Did you mean that at the beginning? Did you say that?
No. To to be taken as an example, an exemplar by translators to know about translated procedures.
Yes. Yes, I do agree actually that probably modulations, as everybody knows, is one of the most important procedures proposed by Vinay and DARPANET. And people have mentioned modulations in their research. However, I haven't seen papers which are devoted to address modulation. So you